be surprised how many people were on the top one day and are no longer in the industry anymore because they were focused on being a YouTuber. But when you're focused on being a YouTubepreneur, you're building entirely different.
Welcome to the Think Media podcast. My name is Heather Torres, your host of this podcast, and we're here to help you grow your influence on YouTube and then turn that influence into a high impact and a high profit online business. And if you're new to the podcast, I want to welcome you. Thank you so much for joining us here. I hope a friend referred you, or maybe you were just interested in figuring out how to do this YouTube thing, and I want to welcome you. We release a brand new podcast every single Tuesday, and then we have bonus content over on our YouTube channel. We have a podcast YouTube channel called the Think Media Podcast. And wow, guys, we just made it over 50,000 subscribers over on that channel. And I'm so excited because you made that possible. And it's been incredible to read your comments and hear all about how the podcast is helping you grow your influence online and then turn that influence into the high impact and high profit YouTube channel. We have a lot happening at Think Media for you. And I want to let you know about our upcoming 5-day free YouTube challenge. If you've been ready to start your YouTube channel or you want to figure out how to grow your YouTube channel, this is the 5-day free challenge for you. We just did this challenge earlier this year and saw massive results from people inside of our community. And so we decided to offer it again for the spring. So if you've not been a part of one of our free 5-day YouTube challenges, you want to go to tube1kchallenge.com to get registered for that event. Now, this is going to be 5 days of free training that we normally give inside of our academy. You're going to get access to that for free. We have some different options for you when you go there. So make sure you register today to claim your spot for our free 5-day challenge. Well, today's episode is going to come from one of our Grow with Video Live sessions that we had last year. Grow with Video Live is the annual conference that we do here at Think Media. It's happening again live this year in person in May. I'll tell you more about that later on in the episode. But this session is all about how are you going to succeed on YouTube and create consistent success. How do you create consistent success? Sean's going to be breaking down the YouTube domination framework, and we're going to share with you how you can avoid some of the pitfalls that can lead to burnout and how to be sustainable on YouTube as you're growing your business. I can't wait for you to dive into today's episode. Get your pens ready to take some notes, and let's head into the featured content.
Taxes was taxing. Now taxes is relaxing when you file for free.
I can file for free? TurboTax Free Edition. 37% of filers qualify. Simple Form 1040 returns only. See if you qualify at turbotax.com/free. I can file for free.
Now this is taxes. File for free with TurboTax Free Edition and get the most money back guaranteed.
The featured content.
The YouTube domination framework. How do we create consistent success on YouTube? And I want to start with just a quick story. You know, I met my wife, Sonia, in 2004. We got married in 2005, and then we bought our first house in 2006. If you do the math and you've been around long enough, then you know that was a horrible time to buy a house. We experienced that a few years later. Obviously, The Big Short happened. And so, but we bought our first house in 2006. Now, this house was built in 1969. And what I learned about houses is that, especially if they're really old like that, and maybe there's of course even older houses, but 1969 is pretty old, and that you need to budget a lot of money for repairs. Like, I don't know if you follow personal finance people like Dave Ramsey. They're like, if you're gonna buy an older house, you need to budget money for repairs. And so we kind of learned this lesson that if you're ever gonna build something, you need to start with the end in mind. You need to kind of think about the complexities and things that'll be coming up and things like that. Well, we didn't do that. So we bought this house. We barely got into it, right? On an 80-20 arm. That's a horrible loan. Never do one of those. And it was baseboard heating. There was like no insulation in the wall. So it's super expensive to do that electric heating. And we get to this house and we had roommates to even be able to afford the mortgage and the balloon payment that would come up. And we were living in Washington, which is freezing during the winter. But here was our standard for the house. The standard was you're actually not allowed, you can only heat your room. We had Michael Carey, Jesse Tillman living in rooms, and then my wife and I, as a new married couple, with the thinnest paper walls you could ever imagine, with 3 bedrooms clustered together, closer than you could ever imagine. You want to talk about awkward? When it's Netflix and chill time, Netflix didn't even exist yet. Listen, and so here was the rule, because we were so penny pinching that there was a wood fireplace, and we said, listen, you can't use the baseboard heaters in the house. If you want the house to be warm, Michael, Jesse, you have to build a fire. Now you can heat your room because it's just like a small, like 500 square foot room or 400 or something, but you can't heat the house. That's how tight we were with finances. Well, here's the problem. When you're barely getting into a house and you can't even turn on the baseboard heaters because that'll cause your electric bill to go too high, and you need roommates to barely afford the payment, you clearly did not budget enough money for the challenges that may come with an older house. And boy, we learned that the hard way, let me just tell you. And so this old house, we get into it, and not a month after, we start looking in the bathrooms and we go, wait a minute, is that black mold coming through the walls? Like, is that black mold? Next thing you know, we are demoing an entire bathroom. We're tearing out, and we're just trying to do the work ourselves. Like, we're hiring some contractors, but I'm like breaking up tile that's from 1969, black mold. We're discovering things. Wood is rotting. That was bathroom number 1. God is my witness, 2 months later, bathroom number 2, same issue, black mold, which is like deadly, right? As if that was the worst challenge, we discovered that the roof was leaking like crazy and sagging because they had put 3 roofs of shingles, which is the amount of roofs you can put, shingles you can put before having to totally tear the roof off. In addition to that, the drain field failed. Okay. And that's the end of the conference, like just the level of depression I'm going into, remembering. Now, see, when you're on a septic tank, if your drain field fails, that's a $7,000 to $8,000 repair. And so here's the thing. There's a couple lessons that I learned about this, a lot of lessons. Number 1, you got to start with the end in mind. And whenever you're getting into a situation, you got to ask yourself, have I budgeted enough money? Have I budgeted enough time? Have I budgeted enough resource for what may come up on the journey? The truth is, had I got wisdom, I wouldn't actually have been that surprised by those things. Like older house, like you should be ready for it. You shouldn't get in over your head. You should count the cost of buying an older house. Yes? Furthermore, you want to make sure you work with the right people. Like, if I could go back and talk to the inspector, and if we could have an exchange, like, I'm a man of peace typically, but when I talk about, it wouldn't be punch fear in the face. It would be punch I'm just kidding, maybe, the inspector in the face, because it was funny. We were just trying to get the house. The agent was like, let's just get the thing pushed through. So he approved the leaky roof. He didn't really go into detail in terms of mold tests or anything like that. I wish I would have had, listen, a coach that really cares, a mentor that could really help me avoid the pitfalls, a guide that could really tell me the real truth, and that could really get my wife and I prepared for what we were going to get into. This reminds me of a story that's actually in the Bible. And Jesus once said, listen, if you want to build a tower, like suppose somebody wants to build a tower, wouldn't you first sit down and estimate the cost to complete it? And then he's saying, so that way you wouldn't get halfway into building and then get ridiculed because you're like, oh shoot, the tower was going to be $100,000, but I only had 50. Like, it's just, that's some biblical wisdom, like count the cost before building. I share this story because at the foundation, our goal is to start with the end in mind, is to reverse engineer and is to really lay a foundation and count the cost before building. You know, today, my wife and I now have been married coming up on 16 years. Our anniversary is September 9th. Now we have a son, Sean Bradley Kemp. Look at him there. He's a little chaos candidate, just a total tyrant. Like he is, and he's not even fully walking right now. He's climbing on things. It's total destruction. I mean, I live in just mayhem in my life right now. But now that I've been through the years of total financial devastation from houses and business failures and things like that. I'm a little bit older now. I'm coming up on 38 years old. You get wisdom over the years. And the power of being here is to shorten your learning curve. And listen, friend, avoid potentially months, even years of heartache and pain in building a YouTube career because you're learning from those that have already made the mistakes. But now that I'm in kind of this season of looking back and a lot of reflection, I've been asking myself some questions. Write these down. Some business questions. Like, what am I building? Write that down. Like, what is it I'm even building? What do I want to build?
That's life. That's what all the people say. You're riding high in April, shot down in May. But I know I'm gonna change that tune.
Running a creator business is overwhelming. Constant content creation, community management, juggling of platforms, and unpredictable income. There has to be an easier way to monetize through memberships. Enter Uscreen. Hands down, the best all-in-one membership platform designed specifically for video creators. We help you generate consistent subscription revenue without losing your mind, with powerful monetization features, easy distribution across devices with a branded membership site and apps, sleek video organization and streaming capabilities, and community tools built to engage and retain more customers. Uscreen gives you the power to connect with your audience like never before, and the VIP treatment from our team of experts on hand to help you every step of the way. To make consistent, reliable revenue while keeping full control of the brand and business you've worked so hard to build. Start your membership journey with Uscreen today.
On YouTube. What is my long-term strategy? What's my long-term strategy with this? How about some life or some health questions? Is this sustainable? Now, we can go through sacrifice seasons, but I want you to pick a YouTube niche, a YouTube channel, a YouTube strategy, a YouTube schedule that is sustainable. Because the problem with an unsustainable pace is that it's unsustainable, right? So our intentionality to make decisions before we build the tower, before we buy the 1969 house, is to say, okay, do we have the budget for this, the time for this? How can we, what are the details to start with the end in mind? What about some legacy questions? What kind of example, this is what I've been asking, what kind of example am I setting for my son? And what am I doing for the next generation? Now, I get it. You might be like, Sean, what the heck are we can we get into some YouTube strategy? We're going in there. We're going quick. It'll be 0 to 100 real quick. But this is so important, and I feel compelled and convicted to start here, because if you don't start with the end in mind, you might end up at the wrong destination. If you don't know where you're going, how will you know when you get there? Fair? There's 7 R's in our YouTube success framework, our YouTube success formula. And the first one is reverse engineer. This is where we start with the end in mind. Now, write this down. When you're reverse engineering, here's what you're doing. A lot of times you're asking, first and foremost, what is the purpose of my YouTube channel? How is my YouTube channel going to make money? What is the business model around my YouTube channel? Who is the bigger audience my YouTube channel is targeting? All those types of things. We don't just reverse engineer our channel though, we also reverse engineer each video. So you can re-go through the 7R framework, and at the beginning you go, okay, I'm gonna record a video this week. Who is this video for? How is this video gonna make money? Why would people wanna click on this video? What is the title of this video? I know I'm firing these questions at you fast. And so, but we're gonna keep going deeper, and this is the purpose of reverse engineer, which brings us to what we call the YouTube domination framework, the YouTube domination framework. So I want you to write this in your notes. You could draw out this X, Y axis, plane here, and write a 0 at the bottom and write a 10 at the top of each one. And this right here is a framework that'll help us reverse engineer where it is we want to go with our YouTube channel. Okay? And so draw that out, and here's what the axes stand for. The first one is views. At the bottom is views. If you're gonna succeed on YouTube, you're going to need to get views. How many you get will determine potentially the level of success, right? And so if you have no views, it doesn't matter anything else that's happening in your business. Literally nobody is seeing your content. And obviously, especially when you've built other details and opportunities, more views just means more traffic coming into your business. Now, if you're new to kind of online marketing terms, the word traffic can kind of be interchanged for views. So we say, like, how much traffic is your YouTube channel or your website getting? How many views is your channel getting? Now, on the other axis, it's money. It's money. You need money for the mission. Entrepreneurs solve problems for a profit. And so on the bottom axis, you have how many views is my channel getting? And then on the other side, you have how much money is my channel earning? And there's really 4 categories we can fall into when it comes to the YouTube domination framework. And let's dive into those right now. And I want to know, which one can you relate with the most? The first one is the dabbler, okay? The dabbler is at a season and at a stage where views and money are both pretty low or maybe non-existent so far. Now, here's some ways that you would know you're a dabbler. First of all, you're just not taking YouTube serious yet. That's fine, but chances are you just by joining this conference is showing you're like, okay, I want to shift from dabbling and start moving into some discipline of taking YouTube serious, because you might be a dabbler though if you consume more videos than you create. All right, team, bring it up. Let's go. Roscoe, YouTube. Come on.
All right, everybody. April 17th, Giving Day. We need participation for everybody, every team. The more goals we hit, the more opportunities we unlock. You got that goal? Roscoe, get involved. Put one eye on me. Rowing, you're going to make it. Hockey, you guys are big time. Soccer, we got it. Dig it out. Volleyball, cross country, we're making it happen. Wear your Raider gear. April 17th, everybody. On 3, Raiders. 1, 2, 3. Raiders!
Consume more videos than you create. How much are you consuming? How much are you watching? And maybe it's not even consume more YouTube videos. How many seasons of The Flash did you just binge? You know, how many seasons of Arrow or The Bachelor? You know, what are we talking about? Like, are you consuming more content than you're creating? If we are YouTube content creators and YouTube entrepreneurs, we need to create more than we consume. But we're probably dabbling and kind of just talking if we're actually not taking action and creating. You might be a dabbler if you are dreaming more than you do. Dream more than you do. I hope you brought steel-toed shoes today, because I'm going to be stepping on your toes. But listen, you might be a dabbler if you're getting distracted by shiny objects. okay, I'm gonna build on YouTube, but someone just told me TikTok is the coolest thing. Okay, now I'm trying to do TikTok, but someone just told me that, Facebook is experiencing a revival. Now I'm going back on Facebook, but someone just told me there's this cool conference and this cool webinar I should watch. Cool, but someone just told me I should get this new software. And you're just going in a million different directions. Can you relate to that?
How do you start and grow a YouTube channel that makes you money and also makes a major impact in the lives of people? It's safe to say that YouTube is the most popular video platform in the world. It's the second largest search engine and the second most popular social media platform. And now it has over 2.3 billion monthly active users. That's a lot. But how do you stand out in the rising competition? What are the newest features and the best strategies working right now to get views? What are the most proven ways to build your personal brand? You'll learn all of that at the #1 YouTube marketing conference for entrepreneurs and business-minded content creators, Grow with Video Live. Secure your ticket today at growwithvideolive.com, or you can click the link in this post to secure your limited time discounted ticket.
You might be thinking, here's the problem. Maybe you're right now thinking, let me know. Are you thinking about starting 2 channels? Is there 2 channels you want to start? Maybe 3 or 4 YouTube channels? Do you already have a YouTube channel? But you're like, there's actually another YouTube channel I want to start. But the views and the money haven't even kicked in yet. And you're already thinking about starting another channel. That is a dabbler attribute. Because you haven't got focused yet. You haven't got disciplined yet. It's okay if that's where you are. But again, we're reverse engineering. If we want to determine where we want to go in the future, we also need to define where we are right now so we can chart a path to that destination. And so that's the dabbler. Now, everybody starts at zero. So being a dabbler is, you might have a genuine desire to, succeed on YouTube, but at this stage, you're uncommitted. So your action here is to stop dabbling and to start dominating. Now, the second one, if you graduate from being the dabbler, next you move into being the influencer. And congratulations, because it takes a lot of work and it takes some success and even some luck to get to the influencer stage. Like, you might, at this point, you have some videos with a lot of views. You might even say, like, Sean, it's crazy. Like, you go to my channel, I got this one video, it's got like 186,000 views. And you're like, that's amazing. Like, think about that. Like, I'm a small town kid, college dropout. If a video has 5,000 views, that's insane. If a video has 25,000 views, that's bigger than the town I grew up in. However, then you go, okay, well, is money coming in? Well, I mean, not really. I don't really know how to monetize. Like, I got the attention. I mean, I get like $7 from AdSense a month. It's incredible, right? I'm doing YouTube shorts, and I just made 6 cents. It's incredible. But again, you maybe have some videos with a lot of views. Maybe you even have a lot of subscribers, and you might be posting a lot of content. So you're just like content treadmill. I'm posting a lot of content. Kind of exhausted though, man. I'm on that influencer path. Are you an influencer? Yeah. You enjoy your life? Yeah, I do. I'm about to have a breakdown. Because you're just hustling, trying to get the views, trying to get the subscribers, trying to keep up with the demands of being an influencer. And the weakness of being an influencer is I've met influencers that are actually living paycheck to paycheck. Over the last couple of years, successful influencers that are living paycheck to paycheck. Over the last couple of years, I've been to, I can't even count how many events. When I think about the lanyards, YouTube conferences, social media conferences, online marketing conferences, I've got like 100 of the lanyards. I used to collect them, and then I realized, it's like, my wife's like, do you really need these? I'm like, yes, they're mementos. Are you a hoarder? I'm a hoarder. Admittedly, I am a hoarder. Like, this is a separate marriage counseling conversation. But I've been to so many conferences, and you would not believe how many people I've talked to and how many people I've connected with that are like, bro, I mean, like the numbers, like I'm killing it. Subscribers are growing, but like we're kind of struggling. Like, we're trying to keep up with everything. So they have a lot of influence, but they haven't really figured out the business side of YouTube. And you might have, listen, the metrics you measure, if it's your subscriber count, you're an influencer if what you're measuring is your subscriber account, but not your bank account. And I've never been able to go to Bank of America and be like, hey, check out, here's my silver play button. Can I deposit that? Can you turn this into cash for me? Now, silver play buttons are cool, but they're actually not really worth any money. Like, it's not real silver. That's one thing you learn. I have a gold play button. It's not real gold. And so, like, that'd be actually kind of cool. Melt it down. You're like, this is worth. So, to a point, I get it. Influence is powerful. And congratulations if you build influence. But ultimately, you can find yourself sort of stuck. And your other worry is what happens if this 15 minutes of fame ends? Because the problem with being an influencer is you're hot today, but you're maybe not hot tomorrow. If you're not built upon something bigger than you just kind of being trendy or cool or entertaining or building around a fad or building around a trend, then more power to you, but the 15 minutes of fame may end and then you're back to where you started.
Copilot, make a quiz for my astronomy notes.
You got it. What type of galaxy is Andromeda?
Spiral.
What does a spectrometer measure?
Light.
And when was your essay due?
Evo works 24/7 to attract and trap flying insects.
Back to where you started. So then it brings us to the next category, and let me know which one you can relate to the most, is the pusher. See, the dabbler is kind of just getting started and hasn't gotten serious yet. The influencer has really figured out how to get views, but maybe hasn't figured out the business side. Now, the pusher has figured out the business side, has figured out a business model, has something to sell, and is good at making money. Now, you maybe come into YouTube and you are in network marketing or you already have a product or a service. And I know the pusher term, I don't mean it to sound too pushy, but the reason it's called pusher is because your views are so low, you're desperate to make sales. You don't have enough traffic and awareness and attraction marketing happening that people are coming to you because of the views scale. You are just trying to, send out another email, drop another video, try to get somebody else into your program or into your consulting or into whatever it is. So in this stage, you just feel like you got to push and push and push and push. No matter how hard you push, you do get it done, but it feels like a grind to keep generating the money. So it's like the opposite side that the influencer is trying to figure out how to have some kind of a business model. The pusher is trying to figure out how to get enough awareness, enough leads, get in front of enough potential customers to actually have a legitimate business and a legitimate impact. And the problem is nobody likes a pushy salesman, right? Like, the best way to market is to sell or to market pressure free. Like, I hope that's the way you feel about Think Media. And of course, not everybody feels that way. But if you realize that, like, we are always like, hey, if you want a ticket to this thing, get it. If not, then don't. Like, if you want to join Video Raking Academy, it's the greatest program on the planet. Like, you should, but like, if you don't want to, you don't have to. Like, you want to watch, and that's where you want to be, because you want to have just enough people so you don't ever feel, this is huge, that like you have to get the car off the car lot, like the car salesman, because you have to hit a quota. Like, you're just desperate to get enough to survive. So obviously then the dream becomes, if we look at our diagram here, that I want you to even consider, where are you at? Are you maybe a 3 on views and maybe a 10 on making money? In that case, you'd be doing pretty good because you have a business model. You just get a little bit of traffic. This is why I think about Carrie, who has 5,000 subscribers and is doing over, I believe, 10K a month. It's because, and he helps people create print-on-demand shops. He's doing merch stuff. He's doing online courses. He's got coaches. He's got affiliate marketing. He's got all these different income streams built. So I would say he's like a 10 on the money. He's not even really a pusher, because even on views is probably 3 or a 2, but because he's a 10 here, he's actually really making a huge impact. And even maybe you're really kind of more of an entertainer, you have a bigger, wider niche. You could be like an 8 on views and a 3 on money, and you're still probably making a big impact because you're growing both sides of it. The question is, man, what's the business side? What's the money side? What is the view side? And how can I increase both? That's what we're committed to here, is helping you say, Man, how do I get more views, but how do I also build a sustainable business around my YouTube channel? This is so powerful, and I want to commend you for the courage to identify where you are. Because again, once we know where we are, now we can chart a path to where we want to go. And where is it that we want to go? Well, there's a fourth area. The fourth area, and that is what we call the YouTubepreneur. We've defined a term here and coined this term here at Think Media called YouTubepreneurs. So what's a YouTubepreneur? Let's look at our definition. A YouTubepreneur is an individual who has built a sustainable, keyword, sustainable. Is this sustainable, profitable, and scalable business, keyword, on YouTube that generates consistent views and revenue and is not dependent on one income source? I really want you to absorb this. You could screenshot it, you could share it, take a picture, use the hashtag #GrowWithVideo, because our goal is to help you become a YouTubepreneur. I'm not suggesting that it's easy, but I am suggesting that it is simple, because if you're intentional, then you are approaching this different than most. A lot of people, it's crazy, like that we think, I want to be a YouTuber, like we talked about in that bonus session. I just want to be a YouTuber. How are you going to make money? I don't know. I just figure if I get 1 million views, then I can pay my bills.
This isn't just a video switcher, nor a live streaming solution. It's not just a video console or an audio mixer. It isn't just a place where video and audio come together. It's all of these things and so much more.
Never hide your Reese's eggs in a basket. I mean, come on. It's the first place they'll look.
That is because we've heard of unicorns that achieve that. The problem is, even if somebody achieves that once, though, where are they 8 months later or 16 months later? You'd be surprised how many people have been at VidCon for like the last 7 years. You'd be surprised how many people were on the top one day and are no longer in the industry anymore because they were focused on being a YouTuber. But when you're focused on being a YouTubepreneur, you're building entirely different. Your strategy is entirely different. Your thinking is entirely different. And what you do today is going to determine where you end up tomorrow. So it's really important that we build well. It's really important that going into this, like my wife and I buying a 1969-year-old house, maybe budgeted some money and determined if we even had the resources and the funds and the strategy and the positioning to not get into a ton of trouble with that house and ultimately end up losing it, right? A YouTubepreneur. And so let's define what a YouTubepreneur is, right? We could be at the dabbler phase, the influencer phase, the pusher phase. I would say that if you could get to a 10-10 level, right? 10-10 living. Like if you literally go, okay, we know how to consistently create views and we know how to consistently create money. And of course, hear me, this means you're also consistently adding value. You're consistently building relationships. Like it's that mastery level. It's that mastery target level. The 10-10 level might take 10 years. You hang out with Think Media, it might take 5, but this is not overnight. Like this is going to take some investment. So here's what a YouTubepreneur has done. Write this down. You've created and defined a clear vision of the people you help and the problem you solve. YouTubepreneurs have created and they have defined a clear vision of who it is they help and the problem they solve. What's Think Media is? Well, Think Media, we are heavily on YouTube. But if you think deeply about that, you might say, well, what if YouTube is not around forever? It's a reasonable question. And all the data and everything is pointing to YouTube in terms of this next decade is going to be the best decade on YouTube. It's an absolute juggernaut. We are unafraid to make the bet we're making on YouTube. But our business is actually online video. Because I'll tell you this, online video is not going anywhere. And not only that, online marketing and the skill sets we're developing. No matter what, we're going to be live streaming. No matter what, we're going to be creating content. No matter what, we're going to be creating videos. And so even though you may plant your flag today, what's the bigger vision right, that you're building towards. So you've created and defined a clear vision of the people you help and the problem you solved. You've mastered getting consistent and predictable traffic and views from YouTube. You've mastered generating consistent and predictable revenue from YouTube, but also from multiple channels. Like right now, Think Media has over 21 income streams. And many of them, they're not all based on YouTube. And many of them come in without any continual effort from our part, a little bit of management. So you've set what you have automation working for you. It's a big word. You want automation in your business, don't you? I want autopilot in my Tesla rather than it can drive for me so that I could do other things. Probably not good. Someone's just like reading a book. I know you have to, okay. Automation. Listen, write this down. You've mastered modern marketing and online business. You've mastered modern marketing and online business. And here's a big one. You don't feel like you're on a treadmill headed for burnout. Now hear me. We're casting vision because I think it's so important that we define what a 10-10 future looks like. It's so important that we clarify where we want to go. There's a lot of pain and struggle and wandering on the journey. Like, I can tell you there's been some seasons, many, where I have felt like I've been on the verge of burnout. But the key thing to do was to steer away from that season and to make chess moves and to make decisions and to position things and to look down the road a little bit. A lot of times we just don't ask the question of where is this going? Is this sustainable? What do I need to do today to position myself for where I want to be tomorrow? And so which one can you relate to? And if you're ready, say, I'm ready to become a YouTube entrepreneur.
Well, I hope that content sparked some interest for you of figuring out where are you inside of the YouTube domination framework? How are you going to create sustainable success? And what actions do you need to put in place in order to be successful on YouTube? Like I said at the beginning, that episode actually is from our session at Grow with Video Live. And this year's Grow with Video Live is going to be like none other. We are back in person here in Las Vegas in May of 2022. You can get your tickets at growwithvideolive.com. But I am so excited to see all of the Think Media community there in person. Thank you for those who have already gotten your tickets because tickets are going so fast for this event. It's amazing to see the Video Ranking Academy community, the Inner Circle community, and our Think Media community at large showing up for this event. So I want to let you know that you can get access to that with sessions like this if you want to at growwithvideolive.com. But every single episode, I love to shout out someone from our Think Media community. It's so fun to see all of the reviews that are coming in and those that are rating and reviewing the podcast over on Apple Podcasts. This helps us so much to be able to show other people what they can expect from the podcast. You know, when you go and you're trying to look for new content, it's really great to be able to read reviews about exactly what you're going to learn. I have been on so many podcasts before where I'm like, I wish people would just say in the comments what they love about this and what I can get if I spend my time with these people. And so thank you so much, Think Community, for showing up so well inside of the rating and reviewing over on Apple, because that's helping us get in front of more and more people.
You shop at an at-home, you'll find decor for all for you. Like Danielle, who's about to have the sunniest spot on the block. Perfect! So however you decorate this season, you'll find it only at home. At home, decor for all for you.
Today's review comes from Andrew, and Andrew says, inspiring and helpful, 5 stars. Incredible podcast that has motivated me to start my own YouTube channel and podcast. Sean is amazing, 10/10, such a great listen. Oh my goodness, Andrew, congratulations on starting your own YouTube channel. You don't need permission from anyone to get started, but the fact that you decided that this was the thing that was the catalyst into you getting started, Oh, makes my heart so happy. So thank you for being a part of our community. Thank you for sharing that with other people. And if you've not already shared this with a friend, you could have a friend like Andrew in your life who needs to hear what is happening over here on the Think Media podcast. I want to thank you again for being a part of our community. Thank you for staying with us through this journey. And we have so much amazing content planned for you in the future. As we get closer into Grow with Video Live, you're going to be hearing from some of our main speakers who are going to be there. And then we are going to have some in-depth conversations more about the mindset and the things that creators are struggling with. We have so much planned for you coming up in the spring and summer. Stay locked in here. If you're watching on YouTube, you can like and subscribe. If you're listening to this in the car, walking the dog, out on the boat, wherever you are right now, I want to say thank you for being a part of this amazing community. I'm so encouraged every time I get to read your comments on YouTube and see what you are doing because of the power of this community. So thank you so much for being with us, and we'll catch you in the next episode. Do you want to learn how to get to your first 1,000 subscribers and beyond? Join us for our free 5-day YouTube challenge, where you're going to learn exactly what's working on YouTube right now and the latest strategies to help you grow. Save your spot at tube1kchallenge.com.
Regardless of what you're doing and who you're doing it for, there are people out there that are waiting with bated breath to hear from you, to be able to learn from you, to be inspired by you, and more importantly, to invest with you in their own growth.
Welcome to the Think Media podcast. My name is Heather Torres, the host of this show. And on this podcast, we help you grow your influence on YouTube and then turn that influence into a high impact and a high profit online business. And today's episode is brought to you by our Think Masterclass. If you didn't know, here at Think Media, we teach free classes every single week that will help you learn how to grow your YouTube channel. They're not on YouTube. They're not on the podcast. This is a 1-hour free class that you can register for. Sit on demand at any time, watch that class, and then learn how to grow your YouTube channel. So if you've not already registered for our next upcoming class, you can do that at thinkmasterclass.com. Now, here on the podcast, we are releasing new episodes every single Tuesday. So make sure you are part of our hashtag Tuesday Ritual and subscribe wherever you're listening to this podcast. Also, if you have a friend who needs to learn how to grow a YouTube channel, then definitely send them the link to this podcast, because this might be the episode for them. I'm excited because today's episode is actually from one of our Grow with Video Live sessions. We are in the countdown right now to Grow with Video Live 2022. And so for that, we want to send you some exclusive content here on the podcast of some of our previous conferences that we've had, some of our previous sessions. And today's guest is none other than Chris Ducker. He is the author of Youpreneur, and so much of what he's built online is because of the power of understanding personal branding. We're teaching that this year at Grow with Video Live 2022 in May in Las Vegas. And so I wanted to give you just a taste of what growing your personal brand online can do for you. So let's jump into today's featured content, and then we'll recap at the end.
Over the next sort of 15 to 20 minutes or so, I'm going to be zipping in and out of my Business of You ecosystem ladder. And this is a five-step process that you can utilize to be able to build that future-proof business based around, honestly, the people that you want to serve first and foremost. But let's face it, we spend a lot of time, quote unquote, at work, right? So it's important, if you think about it logically, it's very important actually that we enjoy what we do while we are at work. Otherwise, what we've got actually is just a job. We don't want jobs, we want to build businesses, and that's what it's all about. So this ecosystem is much like a lot of other businesses that have ecosystems attached to it. One that you might probably be quite aware of, no matter where you are in the world, is the Coca-Cola company. Coca-Cola obviously been around for eons, for decades and decades and decades. And it all started with one bottle of pop, as we would call it here in the UK, or one bottle of soda, as my American brothers and sisters would say. And that is the good old-fashioned Coca-Cola, that classic Coca-Cola product, right? Where the moment it enters into your mouth, you instantly get a toothache. You know that Coca-Cola that I'm talking about. However, the good news is that Coca-Cola and the smart people at that company have also decided that they can't just have one product. You've got to diversify. You've got to, put some level of redundancy in place and therefore create an ecosystem of products around one major product. And then obviously those will obviously grow and build and run at their own speed as and when they enter the market as well. Now, I started doing this with my youngest company, which just turned 5 years. I own 3 different businesses. The oldest is almost 13 years now. The other one in the middle is 10 years or so. But my youngest business baby is Youpreneur. And we actually opened the doors to Youpreneur back in late 2015. We've just hit our 5th year anniversary. And we opened it with a monthly membership. And that monthly membership was set up primarily to help people build a business based around their personal brand, right? So if you're an author, a coach, a speaker, a content creator of some variety, a live streamer, YouTuber, podcaster, whatever it is that you're doing, whoever it is that you're serving, you are a personal brand, right? Particularly for video creators, particularly for YouTubers. That's exactly what we do. People tune in for us first and foremost, right? And then for everything else that we do thereafter, particularly obviously if they hit the subscribe button. So over the course of the last 5 years, however, what started as a very relatively small online community has built itself up to a full-blown ecosystem of products and live events and coaching programs and courses and even merchandise sales as well. And I'm going to go through the exact system that I used to be able to go ahead and actually create this ecosystem for myself and for our business and for obviously everybody that we serve. But I'm also going to show you how other people have done it as well. So one face that you probably will recognize is Amy Landino. She is a YouTuber. She's been on YouTube for many, many, many years indeed. Initially under the brand of Savvy Sexy Social. And then she kind of rebranded herself at Amy TV. And she's all about helping people go after the life that they truly want and desire. Now, Amy started off, like I said, on YouTube, and she's still super duper consistent when it comes to her YouTube publishing and making sure that she's hitting all of those or ticking all of those boxes when it comes to being discovered and all the rest of it as well. But over time, she's gone ahead and written and published books. She's gone ahead and put together systems and courses for people to take to be able to learn how to do what she has been able to do as well. And even just more recently has put together her first ever physical planner product as well. And these particularly, they tend to be relatively popular with YouTubers, particularly lifestyle YouTubers, right? Sort of plan your day, plan your work, plan your goals, that sort of type of thing. She sold out 500 copies of this planner actually in less than 48 hours, I think like 33 hours or something like that. So Amy is a perfect example of that personal brand utilizing video, but now has obviously flourished and grown a business based around what she did on YouTube. Another person that you definitely do know is this guy right here, my buddy, Roberto Blake. I love Roberto Blake. I often say, other than Sean, and I have to say this, obviously, because it's his event. Other than Sean, Roberto is the guy that I turn to when it comes to learning how to do YouTube right. But again, hustling like crazy, building out a great channel of dedicated subscribers, developing all these opportunities for people to be able to learn and become inspired with what they're doing. Go ahead and creates a podcast. It's not even a video podcast, a regular audio podcast that people can tune into to be able to learn even more from Roberto. He's put together physical products, or rather digital products, that be able to help people to kickstart their YouTube kind of channel and their presence on YouTube, and make sure that they're looking good and feeling good when they're on video. And he's also got a membership community where he charges obviously a regular monthly fee for people to be able to access exclusive content that he serves up on a regular basis. Now, this is all part of that ecosystem that I showed you earlier on. We just happened to get going with our monthly membership, but up until that point, I was actually already building my own personal brand. And I remember somebody asking me at a conference, probably in late 2012, they asked me, how do I build a personal brand? And honestly, I didn't have an answer for them. Although retrospectively looking back at that conversation, it was clear that I had already been doing it. In fact, actually, I've been doing it for many, many, many years indeed. And the reason why is because a personal brand is basically what people say about us when we're not around, right? Like when we're not at that conference, or when we're not at that dinner party, or when we're not at that coffee meeting, right? What are people saying about you when you're not around? That right there is your reputation, and ultimately it's your personal brand, right? So I want you to kind of just either grab a quick snapshot of this, put it up on the socials, tag me at Chris Ducker, let me know what you think of this and anything else that we're going to be going through today. I will say, though, that there's one thing that so many people are falling or tripping over when it comes to this particular journey, and that is imposter syndrome. You know what it's like, right? We pick up our phones, we start scrolling through our favorite social media feeds, and we start looking at what other people are doing. Oh, their lives look so much more in check. Their lives look so much more calculated. Their lives look so much more successful. You know what I'm talking about. This imposter syndrome is killing our generation of entrepreneurs. And I don't use that term lightly at all. There are people stressing out, they're burning out because of this. And here's the thing, you cannot, you should not, and you absolutely should stay away 100% from comparing somebody else's 100th step or 200th or 500th step to your first step, to your 8th, to your 9th, or to your 20th step. Let me know what you think about this in the comments as well. I'd love to be able to read back and look back on this one. Likewise, our job really here, when we talk about building the business of you, it's kind of like it's the business of us. It's the business of me, right? Like our job is to become somebody's favorites. Let me say that again so it kind of really gets into your brain. Like your job is to become somebody's favorite. Grab a piece of paper or a pen. What are the things that you do right now? What are you doing right now that will help you become somebody's favorite? You got to jot them down. Lean into doing more of that. Be unapologetically, uniquely you at all times when you're building the business of you. Because if you don't, you're going to trip up at some point. You don't have to live somebody else's life, particularly on the internet. Just live yourself. Live your own life. Become somebody's favorite YouTuber, somebody's favorite podcaster, somebody's favorite author, somebody's favorite cartoonist, somebody's favorite business coach, health and fitness coach. It doesn't matter what it is. Just become somebody's favorite. And what happens when you have that mentality and you go into this with that mentality, your vibe ultimately attracts your tribe, right? Your vibe attracts your tribe. However, before anything can happen with any of this, we need to get clear on how we'll actually serve those that we attract into our ecosystem. And this leads me to a really important exercise that I cannot stress enough for everybody to make sure that they do. Whether it's today, when the conference is over, maybe in one of the break times, or maybe, at the end of this entire thing a couple of days from now, you absolutely must work on your personal brand statement, that youpreneur personal brand statement. Here's my statement. My personal brand statement is, I help people become the go-to leader in their industry and build future-proof businesses. I want to break this down because it's important to do this. There's two different sections of this statement which are incredibly important for you to capture and understand. And it's based on the benefits of working with me as a business coach, as well as the outcome of working with me as well. Let me break it down and show you what I mean. First up, I help people become the go-to leader in their industry. That's a benefit, right? It's a benefit to be seen as the go-to expert, regardless of what niche you're in, right? I say niche and not niche, because I know there's probably more American people tuning in than there are British. But hey, niche, potato, patata, chamomile, whatever, I don't know. We could go all day on this. But there's that first section right there, to help people become that go-to leader in their industry. That's the benefit. The outcome of me working with them is that I will help you build a future-proof business. It's a business that is not going to be affected, or very likely to be affected, by any outside forces, because when you build the business of you, it's 100% in your hands all the time. So that's your personal brand statement. I want you to consider that. Start breaking it down right now. A benefit of working with you, or buying your products, or using your service, whatever it is, and then the actual outcome of doing so as well. The whole point in this is that we market like a magnet, right? Just like at first, what happens is when you utilize a magnet, you're attracting the right people into your ecosystem. You're attracting the right people to your YouTube channel or your podcast feed. But at the exact same time, and this is why it's so incredibly exciting, is that you are repelling away, just like a magnet does. It attracts and repels. You are repelling away the people that should not be in that ecosystem. You know, the types of people that on day 29 of your 30-day money-back guarantee, they're going to email wanting their money back. We don't need those people in our lives. We definitely don't need those people in our business sucking out our time every day, right? So you attract the best and you repel the rest. Market like a magnet. You see, at first, when you get going, and a lot of you are probably a little bit further along here, but allow me to just recap for those that maybe are at the beginning of this journey that we're all on together. At first, what happens is you'll create content that you think, and that's the key word, hence the highlighted color on the screen, you think your audience will want to see from you. You know what it's like. You hit publish on your first 20, 30 videos, whatever it is, but then something miraculous happens. You find your tribe, and that tribe wants to be around you. That tribe wants to spend time with you. This is a photo of probably about a third of the stage at our Upreneur Summit event, which takes place in London every November. Unfortunately, not this year, but I'll get over it. But they'll want to be with you. And then what happens is, later on, once you build up those relationships with people, you'll then be able to figure out and realize that you can actually create content that you know, and this is where the power is, that you know your audience wants and needs from you, right? The answers to their questions, solutions to their problems. And that's where the real magic starts to happen. And this is where the business of you ecosystem ladder comes into play. I'm going to start breaking this down for you. Roll up your sleeves. If you've got a long sleeve shirt on, like me, roll them up, because we're about to get to work. First up, there are 5 main sections on the ladder. And no, you cannot achieve all 5 in 1 year. It doesn't work that way. You've got to put in your time. You've got to earn your stripes, to use a nice military colloquialism. So first up, at the very, very beginning of this entire ladder, we have our building of our audience level. Now, this is actually something that carries on forever. Like, you're always wanting to create new opportunities to be found and discovered by other people. right? But right at the beginning, we've got to have that focus on building your audience. Now, I know a lot of people tuning in this conference are going to be active on YouTube, and clearly that's a great platform, and it's where it's all the action's at right now. I get it. But don't forget, my friends, that you must build out your own hub, your own home as well. You don't own YouTube. Google does. But you can own whatever your name is, .com, like I do. And it's important that you build out that hub that you own fully, that you control fully. When you want to make changes, you make changes. If you don't want to, and things are working well, you just leave it alone. Now, that doesn't mean that you shouldn't utilize platforms like YouTube or a podcast, for example, to build that audience. And obviously, consistency is key here to show up very regularly. We should always be using these other platforms to build the business of you. But don't forget, you've got to own your own platform as well. So that's step one, building your audience. Step number two on the ladder is all about amplifying your message or spreading your message out. And then ultimately starting to really zoom in on positioning yourself as that go-to leader, as that expert in your niche. Now, I want you to just think real quick, one or two things, jot them down, one or two things. What separates you from everyone else in your industry? That's actually going to be what positions you as an expert, but what separates you? I'll take a sip of water, and I want you to think about that just for 10 seconds. Make some notes.
How do you start and grow a YouTube channel that makes you money and also makes a major impact in the lives of people? It's safe to say that YouTube is the most popular video platform in the world. It's the second largest search engine and the second most popular social media platform. And now it has over 2.3 billion monthly active users. That's a lot. But how do you stand out in the rising competition? What are the newest features and the best strategies working right now to get views? What are the most proven ways to build your personal brand? You'll learn all of that at the #1 YouTube marketing conference for entrepreneurs and business-minded content creators, Grow with Video Live. Secure your ticket today at growwithvideolive.com, or you can click the link in this post to secure your limited time discounted ticket.
Okay, whatever that is, you got to lean more into that. And by the way, I'd love to see anybody that handwrites notes and things like that. If you want to take a photo, tag me on Instagram at Chris Ducker in your stories. I'd love to see your notes from today's session. Genuinely, I get a real kick out of that, like most speakers do. So when we talk about amplifying your message, we talk about positioning yourself as an expert. Yes, the press is there and we want to try and get a hold of all of that. And I've been very blessed to be talked about and featured in all of these outlets. But in today's world, if I had to pick one particular way to amplify my message and spread my message, it would be via becoming a guest on people's podcasts. For me, without a doubt, it's brought more people into my ecosystem as a strategy or a tactic than any other that I've worked on. So generally think about and by the way, you don't want to be on every podcast that's on iTunes or Spotify, just the ones that are relevant to your customer base, just those that are relevant to those that you personally are wanting to serve. The next step on the ladder is all about leveraging your community to continue to spread that message. Maybe even potentially publishing a book or even launching and growing a membership as well. This is about having that community around you. It's about getting people into your world as much as possible. And it's not an ego thing. I want to clarify that. I know I look very happy in the middle here, maybe somewhat enraptured with joy, some might say. But the fact of the matter is, as I stand there with my two daughters and my sons, my wife, they're just below me there, that right there is my highlight of the year. Being able to have not only my family, but also all of these incredible community members around me. It's absolutely huge. And what do you think they're doing when they're at my live event with me? What do you think they're doing when they do anything with me, even online? They're talking about it. They're sharing what's going on. So think about what you could potentially do in the next 8, 12, maybe 18 months or so when it comes to bringing your community together on a regular basis. And it doesn't necessarily need to be in person. This is the inside of the Youpreneur Academy, our membership. Please, don't try and get too many people into a Facebook group either. Facebook groups are great for everyday kind of chit chat type stuff, but don't give too much of your soul away to a Facebook group, okay? Because again, you don't own Facebook. Zuckerberg and his buddies do. You want to try and get them off of other people's platforms and onto your own. So think about a membership. Think about putting your overall philosophy as a personal brand entrepreneur, somebody building a business based around themselves, their personality, what they stand for. Think about putting that philosophy in the pages of a book as well. If nothing else, it becomes the most perfect $15 business card for you when you're meeting prospective customers or event organizers if you want to speak at them, and so on and so on. It's been absolutely huge publishing books, and I often say that, publishing a book and putting a book out into the world is one of the easiest and fastest ways of establishing yourself as an expert as well. Step number 4. I hope you guys are following me along quite nicely here. Step number 4 is all about taking what we've done so far. Maybe we're making a little bit of money at this point as well, which is always a bonus, obviously. But you can see it's a long game approach here. This isn't a cash grab in any way whatsoever. This is about playing the long game, right? So I'm a big basketball fan. I'm about as un-British as a Brit as you'll ever meet, actually. I'm all about the NBA, Boston Celtics. If there's any Lakers or Pistons fans in the house, it's just not going to work out between us. But a big Boston Celtics fan, Larry Legend, and all the rest of it. To use that analogy, this is about playing with the fourth quarter in mind. It's not just about having an incredible first or second quarter. This is about knowing that there's a long game ahead of us. We've got to conserve our energy. We've got to conserve our plays. We've got to try and not utilize the same plays over and over and over again. And eventually, with a little bit of luck, when the buzzer goes at the end of the game, we'll be victorious. Same thing when you're building a business of you. So we do this slowly, bit by bit. Step 4 here is about making more money, quite frankly. It's all about making money from here on in. And if you're like any other entrepreneur that I've ever come across, chances are you quite like the idea of making money, and that's fine. And in fact, actually, if there's a time in this journey for you to get just a little bit selfish about profiting from all of this, now's the time to do it. It's okay to be a little selfish, not too selfish, but a little selfish when it comes to making money. Because if you don't make money, all you've got is another hobby. I don't need another hobby. I got mouths to feed. So step 4 is about monetizing. And that's all about building out that flagship digital course that is a major port of call for anybody that comes into your ecosystem. Right out of the gate, you want to hit them with that straight away. This is where you can learn all my best stuff. This is the springboard you need to be able to do A, B, C, X, Y, Z, whatever it might be. You might even consider jumping on a stage or two, whether they be in person or maybe for the foreseeable future, virtually, just like this, with some speaking. You could even bring on board a group coaching program. Maybe you're working with 10 or 20 or even 100 people, one to many, not one-on-one, one to many. And we're going to be talking into the different ways that you can monetize in the final section of this talk. So stand by for that. It's also about potentially maybe bringing on board some sponsors as well, whether it be for a virtual event like this, or maybe your podcast or your video show, maybe you're live streaming on a weekly basis and you've got a sponsor teed up for that as well. Whatever happens right now, this is about utilizing everything we've done up to this point from step 1, building that audience, which is a very highly valuable commodity in today's world, amplifying that message, getting more people into your ecosystem, becoming the go-to person in your industry, leveraging that community to help spread the word through potentially maybe publishing a book or launching a membership. Now we're starting to monetize in bigger and better ways with step 4. One of the favorite things for me to do is to speak. I love speaking on stage. It's one of my favorite activities. But also, opening up the doors to a group coaching platform has taught me, well, you know what? Actually, it's great to be able to stand up on stage or present virtually in front of a camera and help people that way. But if I can work one-to-many with them over the course of a year, for example, then I get the opportunity to really, truly affect change in their lives, in their business, in their mindset, to hold them accountable, to hold their feet to the fire, to make sure that they actually achieve their goals. That gets me out of bed in the morning. And at the very same time, it also helps me make a little bit of money as well, so I can continue to grow and do what I'm doing for the people in my community. Step number 5, this is where we pour the gasoline all over that monetization fire. A multi-day conference is a given. There is nothing more special than bringing your people together in person, when it's not illegal to do it again. You want to bring them in person and create those opportunities for them to be mixed and learn about each other, to partner up with each other. I've even had people at my conference. I had, many years ago, we held a conference and one of the attendees ended up getting engaged to one of the speakers at that event. Now, they broke up a few years after, but nonetheless, it works, right? This is all about that. P2P, or that people-to-people connections that so many people are striving for nowadays. It also gives you the opportunity to be able to create a high-end mastermind where you're bringing people together in person. And don't misunderstand, like when you start putting together big conferences where you can fly your own flags outside historic venues, or where you're on stage at the exact same venue, the exact same stage where they announced the Prime Minister in the UK, like this stuff right here is what people want to see when they're part of your community. And to be able to bring people into that inner circle, that high-end inner circle where you're charging tens of thousands of dollars to be part of that intimate group, people want this now more so than ever before. And the reason why is because we all want to fast track our own journeys as much as possible. And here's the thing. Regardless of what you're doing and who you're doing it for, there are people out there that are waiting with bated breath to hear from you, to be able to learn from you, to be inspired by you, and more importantly, to invest with you in their own growth and in their advancement, regardless of what it is that you're going to help them with. They will be more than happy to invest in themselves and ultimately spend money with you in order to be able to download all that experience that you've got into their own data bank and speed up their own journeys. Again, it's not a cash grab scenario. This is about providing a service to other people based around your uniqueness and the people that you truly honestly want to serve. The thing here, though, is as we're building out this ecosystem, is to understand that you can only do one thing at a time, right? Remember that old acronym to focus, follow one course until success? It's very, very true. We can't multitask. It's a myth. There you go. I said it. Multitasking is a myth. Our brains are not wired to work on one or more than one really important thing at any one time. So complete these parts of the ecosystem. By the way, this is just mine. It doesn't necessarily mean that yours is going to be identical. It could be very, very different. But complete these individual steps as and when you're building out your own ladder one at a time. You work on one set of goals to completion, and then you move on to the next one. But most importantly, more than anything else, understand that you must be seen to sell in order to build influence. If you're going to be just throwing out all of your experience, all of your expertise for free all the time, you're just going to be able to attract freebie collectors. You know the type of people. They sign up to every newsletter on the internet. They download the ebooks. They put them in a special little folder in their Dropbox, and they never even open them. Or very rarely will they read or go through the entire thing. You don't need those people. You might need them initially at the very beginning of building that audience structure, but sooner or later, you're going to have to create something that has a dollar amount attached to it. You must be seen to sell, please. And whatever you do, charge what you're worth as well. Always charge what you're worth. So this is our final stretch together here, the last 10 minutes, where what I'm going to do is go through my starting 5, you can see I'm a basketball fan, my starting 5 monetization strategies. When you've built, if we go back to the ladder very, very quickly, when you've built the audience, you've amplified everything, you've leveraged your messaging, you've worked with your community to build things out, you're starting to make money, and you're doing well. With all of this involved, it has to start somewhere. And with the starting 5 monetization strategies, this gives you 5 ideas that you can get started with straight away. Not necessarily in rolling out, but at least planning, right? At least planning them. Number 1 is coaching. Now, I will say that this is not necessarily the most scalable approach of monetizing your expertise, because obviously there's only so much one-on-one work we can do. One-on-one coaching, although it's the lowest hanging monetization fruit, it's not scalable because there's only so many hours in the day. And if you go in one-on-one with somebody, you are ultimately trading your time for dollars. Now, as long as you're charging what you're worth, we can live with that for a little while. But sooner or later, you might want to think about going from a one-to-one to a one-to-many approach with coaching or consulting. The second way that we can monetize our expertise is through affiliate marketing. Now, this is kind of almost like an indirect way, and Sean and the team at Think Media are ballers when it comes to this. Like, they do incredibly well with affiliate marketing that they do. This is ultimately where you are given, or you are giving, a link to your viewers, to your listeners, to your readers, whatever it might be. And if they click on that link, and they buy something, you get a commission for it. Now, I will say there's the right way to do this, and then with most other ways of looking at making money, there's a wrong way of doing this as well. You don't want to just throw one option after another. You don't want to blanket your community with a whole different affiliate marketing deals. That's not going to help you in the long run. What you want to do is look at the 2 or 3 things, or 3 or 4 things that you feel your community needs above and beyond everything else to succeed in whatever it is that you're helping them with, and set up good deals with those companies or with those service providers or product providers or whatever it is, that when you introduce new customers to them, you get a little kickback. Everybody's happy. Do it the right way. Don't do it the sleazy way. The third way to be able to monetize yourself is through your own products and services. So for many, many years, I've been seen as an expert in the virtual staffing niche. And I'm still running 2 different businesses within that outsourcing and VA niche to this day. So virtualstafffinder.com, which is our VA recruiting hub, it was a no-brainer that I was to open up a business providing a service where busy entrepreneurs can find good quality Filipino virtual assistants. And to this date, actually, we've done over 8,000 VAs are being hired through our service in the last 10 years of being in business. So again, it's just about finding that gap in that market and going ahead and bridging it between whatever problem and solution there is out there. The fourth way to be able to monetize your expertise is through memberships. Now, it's not necessarily the most passive of income opportunities that are out there. However, it is a great way to be able to bring people together. And obviously, the beautiful thing about managing a membership kind of product or service is that you get predictable, reliable income on a regular basis. Whether you're billing people weekly, monthly, quarterly, yearly, whatever it might be, it's that predictable, reliable income that, let's face it, every business owner loves the idea of having that in their ecosystem. And then lastly, events. As I alluded to not so long ago, for me, the most important thing that I do every year is I bring my people together. And although we're not doing it in person this year, we will figure out a way. In fact, we have figured out a way to be able to do it virtually, which we'll be letting our community know about a little bit later on in early October. But the fact of the matter is, events bring people together. You want to be seen. And I want to put this kind of, as I wrap up, and sort of just, if I can leave you with anything here, if I may, as a geek, I will use a Star Wars analogy for you to understand this. We don't want to be Luke Skywalker. As the heads of our communities, as the business owners of our companies, we don't want to be the hero. We don't want to be Luke. What we want to be is Obi-Wan. We want to be the wise old guide. We want to show our customers, our community members, our subscribers how to do things. Because when everything in the world goes back to quote unquote normal, whatever that might end up looking like, or whenever somebody discovers you and they watch just one single video and can change their lives almost instantly, if not a little further down the line, when we do that, as the Obi-Wan character, as the guide, and not trying to make it all about us with our sexy blue lightsaber like Luke does, it's all about helping our people in our communities. In fact, if anything, we want to be shining the light on our community members and on our customers as the heroes. We want our customers to be Luke. We can be Obi-Wan, if that makes sense. And bringing people together is what it's all about. That's my starting 5 when it comes to building the business of you. And to wrap up, I want to leave you with one simple thought. And as far as I'm concerned, although it might only be one man's opinion, I stand by this as a very, very strong opinion. And that is that when you build the business of you, it's 100% original. Remember what I said. It's about being unapologetically and uniquely you, so that you market like a magnet, bring people into your world, bring them into the ecosystem, provide the solutions to their problems, because at the very core of every entrepreneur, that's what we should be doing, and that's what we should be focused on anyway. Forget all the bells and whistles and the vanity metrics of social media and all the rest of it. Provide a solution to people's problems. Lean into your uniqueness. Build a business of you, because when you do it, it's 100% original and it cannot be copied ever. That's my time with you today. I very, very, very much appreciate the opportunity to be able to spend some time with you. Like I said, hit me up on Instagram, subscribe to my YouTube channel if you want to know more about this stuff. And I'd love to see any notes that you've written down in anything at all. It could be in toilet paper for all I care. Take a snapshot. Make sure you're at Chris Ducker me on Instagram. I'd love to be able to converse with you. And Sean and the team, thank you very much for allowing me the opportunity to spend some time with your community.
Well, I hope that brought value to you. And man, isn't Chris just such a great teacher? I could listen to him all day because I love his accent and I love what he is teaching. He breaks it down so simply. So my question to you is, what is the action you need to take next? What one of those steps do you need to implement next in your business? And are you actually online to grow your personal brand? Have you thought about even just that question? I remember when I first started as an entrepreneur, I was nervous about what type of content I should be putting out there, who I was trying to reach. I didn't really know what I was doing, but I can tell you more and more as I've focused on building a personal brand, which just means putting Heather out online in a way that is helpful to other people and not in a selfish content way. It has been the catalyst of growing here, not on just the podcast, but just personally online. And so I want to encourage you to take the steps and take the action items that Chris has given you and put them into action. And if you want to, we'll link down in the description box below, as well as if you're listening to this audio version in the show notes, all the places that you can go and follow Chris and support what he is doing online. Now, again, that episode was a exclusive access for you as being part of our Think Media family over here on the podcast from our Grow with Video Live sessions. This year is going to be incredible. So if you have not gotten your tickets yet to Grow with Video Live, you can go to growwithvideolive.com and see the early bird access that we still have available for you. There's a couple different levels that you can go to. We have general admission, we have VIP, and then we're also offering a platinum experience for you, business owner, who's listening right now. So you can go to growwithvideolive.com. We've got some incredible speakers coming this year that you don't want to miss. So growthvideolive.com is where you can go to grab those tickets. Now, if you have been a listener to this podcast for any length of time, you know that my favorite thing to do on every single episode is get to read your reviews. If you are over on Apple Podcasts, you can rate and review this podcast to help other creators and entrepreneurs just like you know that this is the place for them. And today's listener is J Barbara 87. J Barbara says, this is a must listen. I've learned YouTube marketing, hiring a team, online marketing, course creation, affiliate marketing, and so much more. This is one of my top podcasts. Jay Barbara, thank you so much for being a part of our community. It means so much to me to see that we are helping you grow not just your YouTube channel, but also your team, your business, and helping you learn how to do course creation. Here on the podcast YouTube channel, we actually offer bonus episodes, and I've actually shared now a few different ones on how to actually start and grow a course. Here at Think Media, we have broken into the 8 figures of course creation, and so I am passing along the knowledge that I wish I knew when we first got started. So you can check all of that out here on the YouTube channel if you're watching this, or if you're listening while you're driving, walking your dog, doing the dishes, you can always subscribe over on the YouTube channel to get more free content. We actually have a show that's happening called the Grow with Video Live show that is happening on the YouTube channel. You can get access to that by just going over there for free and subscribing. Well, I want to thank you so much for being a part of what we're doing here at Think Media. Thank you so much for showing up every single week. Thank you for your reviews and your comments. I cannot believe what we've been able to create together. We have some incredible content coming to you here on the podcast over the next several weeks heading into the spring and summer. So make sure you're subscribed so you can get all access to everything we're doing here at Think Media. Thanks for being a part of what we're doing, and we'll catch you in the next episode. Did you hear that Grow with Video Live 2022 is back in person? This is your opportunity to network with like-minded people just like you, to make friendships, to make business partnerships. This is your opportunity to get in the room. They're going so fast, so make sure you get your ticket right now at growwithvideolive.com.
Taxes was taxing. Now taxes is relaxing when you file for free.
I can file for free? TurboTax Free Edition. 37% of filers qualify. Simple Form 1040 returns only. See if you qualify at turbotax.com/free. I can file for free.
Now this is taxes. File for free with TurboTax Free Edition and get the most money back guaranteed.
What? Oh! Okay.
It suits you.
Thank you. Dude, I am driving! Okay.
Co-pilot, how about a goat?
Bro! And there's a goat. You made a goat. You made a goat.
Instagram knows that there's nothing that keeps people on the platform as long as Reels do. Reels just keep people on the platform for longer. And so while Instagram can say all they want that we don't prioritize Reels, we don't rank Reels over other things, they do. They show Reels to more people. They show Reels to more of your existing followers. They show your Reels to more of your non-followers, people who don't know you yet but might be perfect to follow you. The reach of Reels compared to any other kind of post on Instagram, it's just night and day. And so when I say post more of what Instagram wants, make the beast of Instagram happy by posting more Reels.
Welcome to the Think Media podcast. My name is Heather Torres, your host of this show. And here on this podcast show, we're helping you grow your influence on YouTube and then turn that influence into a high impact and a high profit online business. And today we're diving into social media. Yes, we are Instagram teachers, but we love to bring our industry expert friends here to the podcast who are growing rapidly on other channels. Today, it's all about Instagram. But before we get into that, I want to let you know that there are still tickets for sale for our Video Live conference. That is happening May 2022, and you can still lock in early bird pricing for that conference by going to growwithvideolive.com. I'll tell you more about some of the amazing speakers who will be at the conference this year after this episode. But let's get into Instagram. Today, we're going to be talking about 3 tips for growing on Instagram. Before we jump in, though, are you already active on there? I have just started to come back to the platform, really getting into Reels and understanding that platform on a deeper basis. And man, am I seeing growth happen because of consistency. Our expert today is Brock Johnson, and he's going to be sharing with you 3 tips for you to be able to grow your Instagram this year. Now, Instagram is changing like crazy, and Brock is bringing the latest and greatest tips for you here on the podcast. So let's jump into today's featured content with Sean Cannell and Brock Johnson.
Welcome back to the Think Media podcast. I'm fired up to have Brock Johnson back on the show. Now, you may know him from Instagram. He is an Instagram expert. He has been on the podcast before sharing tips of how to grow on Instagram, but he's also recently taken his YouTube channel much more seriously. Him and his fiance are growing up a van life, kind of RV life channel, snowboarder. We've been on the slopes a little bit together, and just an overall cool dude. Has really built a 6 and now 7-figure business at the young, spry age of 24 years old.
24. I'll be 25 at the end of the month, so I'm almost an old man.
Almost Forbes 25 under 25. a list that doesn't exist, but you're on it.
Thank you.
And so I've decided. But anyways, Brock, Instagram. I think we know that it's a powerful place to be. We mainly help YouTube creators, but there's just too much opportunity with YouTube Shorts, which could be repurposed onto TikTok and Instagram. We do recommend people stay focused and not try to do too much too soon. But if you follow the Think Media model, eventually you've got revenue flowing. You've got maybe a team around you, virtual assistants around you, editors helping. You kind of have that going on in your business. And so we are very actively posting on Instagram, TikTok, and all of the platforms. But today we're drilling in on 3 rapid growth strategies for Instagram. But let's start with the state of the union for 2022. Is Instagram still, is there opportunity there? Can we grow there? What should we be aware of? Break it down.
Absolutely. I mean, the growth is still there. It's still absolutely possible. We're seeing accounts in every niche, everything from dog Instagram accounts to fitness Instagram accounts to network marketers and coaches in every niche grow on Instagram. We even just last week saw one of our new accounts grow by 159% just based off of the week before that. It had grown that much more in just 1 week. So it's absolutely still a growing platform. And what I think is really cool is their commitment, they being Instagram, their commitment to creators and letting creators drive the platform and increasing monetization options, which is something that YouTube's had for so long. And now Instagram is trying to step up to the plate, so to speak, when it comes to paying creators and giving them a way to make money on the platform.
And what is the state of Instagram? I mean, they made that famous headline announcement that it's no longer a photo sharing app. There's obviously live stream there. Video is a major thing. What is kind of what Instagram is now and where you see it going in terms of what even the platform is?
Yeah, I love that statement, and it sent shockwaves through the social media sphere, right? When their CEO was like, we're not just a photo sharing app. They haven't been just a photo sharing app since 2013 or 2012 when they first released video onto the feed as a way to compete with Vine. Where's Vine today? And then soon after that, they introduced Stories as a way to compete with Snapchat. Where's Snapchat today compared to where it was 5 years ago? So that's not to say that Instagram monopolizes everyone and there's no other platform, no other way to go, but Instagram continues to grow and be successful. And so I think where they are headed is even more short form video. I think that was the statement they were trying to make, is we're not just a photo sharing app. You can share photos, but videos, stories, live videos, reels, all of these different vertical short form videos are really effective on the platform.
Man, it's so powerful. Let's get into these tips. Okay, so if we want to grow on Instagram, from just starting into Instagram, we want to expand onto another platform. Tip number 1 is you want your content to be shareable. What does that mean?
Yeah, shareable or share worthy is just worthy of your followers, sharing it to their story with their friends, tagging some of their followers in your post, because that's the ultimate way to grow. It's the online equivalent of word of mouth, right? You and I are walking around here at Social Media Marketing World, and you're able to introduce me to someone else and say, hey, this is my buddy Brock, and he does this. It's the same thing, just online. And so there's nothing stronger than that. And I think the ultimate way to tell if your content is shareable is after creating it, just ask yourself, would a stranger care to see this? Because if a stranger would care to see it, it would be valuable to them and it would be worth sharing.
Strong.
If a stranger doesn't care to see it, if it's, a video of you hanging out with Sean Bradley, I would care to see it, but a stranger might not care to see that.
Wow. You know what's kind of funny is if I think about my own behavior, there is all kinds of Instagram stuff I DM people, and we kind of DM to talk about it on the back end. So I'll send something to like Heather Torres on the team, like, this is so funny, or you got to see this. And it might be something funny. It might be something like that I want to implement. This is like a to-do. I might send it to like Mel or something like, let's try this marketing strategy. And we have some group DMs going with, this is other funny stuff between like Jordan Perez and my wife and I or whatever. And so it is interesting because it totally makes sense that it's at that moment that content is being DM'd to somebody else. It could be spread. And so if you reverse engineer some of your own behavior, I'm curious, Brock, is there any kind of templates that could get us started that you think about, like a checklist to think about, okay, how could, if I'm trying to generate an idea of my next post, that would be shareable?
The things that are most shareable is if there's any sort of news, headline, trending topic. So I think of YouTube, like when YouTube Shorts first came out, that was like the big news on Instagram. Or on YouTube, excuse me. And if you made an Instagram post at that time, breaking down, here's what YouTube Shorts are, here's how they work, here's how you can use them. You're bringing that news to people, and people then want to pass that news along and share that news along. So news, any sort of insights or things like that. And then things that are just motivational or inspirational quotes, stories from your own personal growth or your own experiences. Those are kind of the two things that get shared the most.
Number 2 is post what Instagram wants. What does Instagram want?
Instagram wants people to spend time on Instagram. Every social media platform wants people to spend more time on platform. Yes, exactly. And Instagram knows that there's nothing that keeps people on the platform as long as Reels do. Reels just keep people on the platform for longer. And so while Instagram can say all they want that we don't prioritize Reels, we don't rank Reels over other things, they do. They show Reels to more people. They show Reels to more of your existing followers. They show your Reels to more of your non-followers, people who don't know you yet but might be perfect to follow you. The reach of Reels compared to any other kind of post on Instagram, it's just night and day. And so when I say post more of what Instagram wants, make the beast of Instagram happy by posting more Reels.
Yeah, and there's a lot of ways to do this. Of course, you got to follow Brock on Instagram, and we'll link him up in the show notes and the YouTube description on the podcast. But your way of doing Reels is like being creative and making those Reels. Right now, my way of been doing it is, thank God we have a team, and so a lot of my content is being chopped up from a talk or from a live stream or from a YouTube video. Ben Azadi in our community, part of our Video Ranking Academy, he uses Repurpose House, and Repurpose House will take your video podcast or a YouTube video. You just give them a time code, and they'll put it into like a template for you. And some of these formats work better than others, but here's what I think. I always feel guilty when I'm around you. Mainly the emotion I feel around Brock is shame, honestly. But I kind of joke, but seriously, because I'm like, oh man, there's so much opportunity. I got to get serious about my real game. But my focus is YouTube. So mainly what is being posted there is repurposed. But especially for business owners, if you're doing video on content anywhere else, you can maybe get a VA, have somebody help you. And it's crazy the results we're getting. Because this is being repurposed, and we might get 5,000 views, 4,000 views, 26,000 views, 11,000 views. And it's a system, and it's leveraging Reels, though. Reels is the content format that is crushing for us. It is a system. I'm 5 days a week with it. And you're sometimes encouraging people to do 30 days, 1 a day, 2 a day, even though, because Reels can really get you so much reach. And let's bring it back to the why. Oh, that sounds like work. Well, yeah, it's your business. Like, work it. And what's on the other side? New followers, leads, sales.
Yeah, more potential subscribers for your YouTube. And I think that there's, of course, a spectrum to Reels. You can make them all original content within Instagram. Some people are all about TikTok, and so they just take their TikToks and put them on Reels. Something that we're doing with that Van Life channel that we started talking about is, our YouTube videos are 5-8 minutes long, that they're longer. Reels can only be 60 seconds. So all we do is when we finish recording our YouTube video, we just turn our camera or our phone on its side, so it's now shooting vertically, and we just kind of record a shorter version, a snippeted version, because it only has to be a minute. So we can really condense the content down. We can really make it short and punchy, and then, like you said, we have hired a YouTube manager who then edits that up and chops it up for us, and then we have a reel that perfectly coincides with the YouTube video.
Man, so many ideas flowing. Think Media Podcast, of course. Let us know whether it's leaving a review or on the YouTube channel. Have you started at Instagram? Share your handle. And are you using Reels? Definitely give us that feedback. But number 3 then is post more.
Yeah. And it's like the least sexy tip, but it's the ultimate way to grow on Instagram. The more you post, the more you grow. This is in any industry. The statistics prove it. It's a perfect graph. As you post more, the growth also increases. And that's because we're all challenged by this algorithm, right? Every platform has an algorithm. Well, when you're posting more, you don't have to stress about, is the algorithm going to show it to the right amount of people? Is it going to show it to enough people? What if someone doesn't see it? When you're posting more, you have more opportunities to reach those people, to serve that audience, and to grow to a new, wider audience. And so I really like to say that your focus on Instagram should be on quantity rather than quality. So we're not throwing quality out the window. I'm not telling you to post just random, stuff throughout the day, but your focus is on that quantity, because quantity breeds quality. So if you want to get better, you should post more. If you want to reach more people, you should post more. If you want to grow your audience and serve more people and connect with more people, you got to be posting more.
It's brilliant. Brock Johnson, if people want to connect with you, where can they follow you online?
MySpace is always a good spot.
Yes.
Instagram is the best spot to connect with me. Brock11 Johnson is my Instagram.
Thank you so much.
Running a creator business is overwhelming. Constant content creation, community management, juggling of platforms, and unpredictable income. There has to be an easier way to monetize through memberships. Enter Uscreen. Hands down, the best all-in-one membership platform designed specifically for video creators. We help you generate consistent subscription revenue without losing your mind, with powerful monetization features, easy distribution across devices with a branded membership site and apps, sleek video organization and streaming capabilities, and community tools built to engage and retain more customers. Uscreen gives you the power to connect with your audience like never before, and the VIP treatment from our team of experts on hand to help you every step of the way. To make consistent, reliable revenue while keeping full control of the brand and business you've worked so hard to build. Start your membership journey with Uscreen today.
You're soft. Well, it's gotta be soft.
It's gotta be strong. Angel Soft is both.
With me, Brock11 Johnson is my Instagram.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, I hope that brought you value and that you are getting excited about growing your Instagram account as well. I love hearing Brock's enthusiasm on the platform. And because of Instagram, he's been able to grow his business to multiple six figures. So when you're consistent, when you post where Instagram wants you to post, and when you're actually doing the things that Instagram wants you to do, you can start to see growth as well happen. But here at Think Media, we really recommend that you choose one primary platform and one secondary platform. And right now, Instagram's hot, so that might be your secondary platform. The reason we choose to do YouTube first is because it is search-based, because it is leverage on your time, and you can actually reach a ton of people, the exact people you want to reach with your content on a more consistent basis. But for the secondary platform, I highly recommend Instagram be the one that you choose. Well, I want to thank our listeners here on the podcast for being a part of this journey. Can you believe we just hit 50,000 subscribers over on YouTube? I am so blown away by the impact that you guys are having because of this podcast, the impact you're taking to your businesses and applying. And I love being able to read the rating and the reviewing, or reading the reviews over on Apple Podcasts. But thank you for rating it as well. I mean, the 5 stars that you're giving us, it just warms my heart all the time. Thank you so much. Today, I want to shout out one of our listeners that said, "This is solid strategic tips. This podcast helps me build strategy and confidence to meet my goals. Thanks." Well, thank you so much for being a part of what we're doing here at Think Media. Thank you for being a listener here on the Tuesday ritual that we have on the podcast. And if you didn't know, over on the YouTube channel, we actually post bonus episodes and bonus trainings that will help you grow your online business. We've covered things like how to create small offers that can grow your business into the 6 figures. We've covered things like how to dominate on Facebook and so much more. So if you want to go deeper in understanding the whole online space, our podcast channel over on YouTube is going to help you go deeper in that. But thank you so much for being a part of what we're doing here at Think Media. Thank you for subscribing. And if you've not already gotten your tickets to Growth Video Live, now is the time. You can go to growthvideolive.com and check out all of the amazing speakers who are coming, like Shalene Johnson, Patrick Bet-David, Gary Vaynerchuk, Vanessa Lau, Jasmine Starr, Sean Cannell, Omar El-Takori, Heather Torres, and so much more are going to be at Growth Video Live 2022. Make sure you're in the room because it is going to be like no other conference you've ever been to. We are showing up to help you grow your personal brand with video with some incredible entrepreneurs who are doing exactly that. Thanks for being a listener here on the podcast, and we'll catch you in the next episode. Did you hear that Grow with Video Live 2022 is back in person? This is your opportunity to network with like-minded people just like you, to make friendships, to make business partnerships. This is your opportunity to get in the room. You can get your ticket now at growwithvideolive.com. They're going so fast, so make sure you get your ticket right now at growwithviolive.com.
Pod's biggest sale in history. Save up to 30% on moving and storage until May 19th. And see why Pods is America's #1 container moving company. Whether you're relocating or renovating, save up to 30% at pods.com today.
Embrace the human elements of you. If you stutter, if you if you say every 2 seconds, guilty. Just show up as yourself. Embrace the human elements where you mess up maybe, or where you sneeze, because I sneezed in a video and I don't know why, but people loved it. And just embrace those human elements, because it really, again, takes that pressure off your shoulders of having to be or show up a certain way.
Are you nervous to get on camera? Oh my goodness, I waited over 3 years to press record because I was so nervous and I had such low self-confidence to actually get in front of the camera. The girl you see sitting here today or hearing on the audio is not the girl that I was 10 years ago. And in today's episode, we're talking all about the steps to take to calm your nerves so you can press record. My name is Heather Torres and I'm the host of this show here on the Think Media podcast, the #1 podcast to help you grow your YouTube influence and then turn that YouTube influence into a high impact and a high profit online business. Every single Tuesday, we are releasing a brand new episode. So make sure that you are locked in by subscribing if you're watching on YouTube, or subscribing wherever you like to consume this content on. And I want to welcome all of our brand new listeners here on the podcast as well. I'm so encouraged that these episodes are helping you grow your YouTube influence and helping you create the best online business possible. Now, today's episode is brought to you by growwithvideolive.com. I am so excited because we are in the countdown to the #1 conference to help you grow your personal brand using video. We have amazing speakers like Gary Vaynerchuk, Shalene Johnson, Patrick Bet-David, Alex Hormozi, Jasmine Starr, Aaron On Demand, and so many more that are going to be there to teach you all about growing your personal brand and your online business. If you've not locked in your tickets yet, you can go to growwithvideolive.com right now to secure your in-person or your virtual experience. Now, for all of those who have already registered, it is going to be such an amazing experience. We've got a poolside party to kick it all off. We have networking events. You're going to walk away with actionable steps to grow your personal brand using video. And can I tell you that in this year and the years to come, video is only getting stronger. We have experts that are teaching on all of the platforms, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, and so many more, because I know that you want to be everywhere. So we're going to teach you how to do that. So go to growwithvideolive.com to secure your ticket today. Now, today's featured content comes from Sean Cannell and Modern Millie. And we're talking all about how to calm your nerves and how to get confident on camera. Let's jump into today's featured content and stick around till the end, because I'm going to be sharing with you one of my tips that I've used over the years to help me look confident on camera.
Are taxes still on your to-do list? Get them done for you. We'll match you with the right tax expert for your needs. Our experts have an average of 12 years of experience. Connect with them in real time, and they can finish as soon as today. Ask any question, even on nights and weekends during tax season. Your expert is backed by a team of experts, and they'll only sign once it's 100% accurate. Get your taxes done for you from start to finish with TurboTax Full Service.
Evo works 24/7 to attract and trap flying insects.
Man, getting on on the camera can be really scary. So how do you ultimately build your on-camera confidence? I'm excited today because on the podcast, we have Modern Millie, who is an Instagram expert, a YouTuber who started her channel, really got serious in 2020 and grew to over 160,000 subscribers so far, is an educator, course creator, but is most known for residing in Oceanside, California, where the weather is sunny, where her and her husband adopted a terrier named Lady off the street. Modern Millie, how's it going?
It's going great. Good to be here. Thank you for having me.
Thanks so much for being on the podcast. I'm fired up. And we're here at Social Media Marketing World, but our topic today is camera confidence. And
yes,
this is one of the scariest things, right? Because our first videos are our worst videos. People wonder, when I first get on camera, will it be awkward? Yes.
Absolutely.
I mean, will I not know what to say? Yeah. You won't know what to say. And so it can be really, really challenging for people. So I'm excited. You have 3 practical tips, but a couple questions to start off. Why is it important to put our faces on camera, to actually get on camera ourselves as opposed to hiding behind slides or B-roll or something else?
The most important reason for putting your face on the camera, because that's everybody's biggest hesitation. They're like, well, I want to grow, but do I have to use my face? Like, you don't have to use your face, but it will be very powerful to use your face because it really is the one thing that'll build human connection. As humans, we seek out faces everywhere we go. Like when you look into the clouds, sometimes you'll just see a face. Your face is seeking out that connection. So when you put a face to your brand, that is the best way to make the human connection, make the human elements pop out and really stand out. So I like to give the example of, like, when I say State Farm, can you think of somebody who represents State Farm? Everybody goes, oh yeah, Jake from State Farm. Because that business, who didn't have to put a face to their brand, they put somebody recognizable into the forefront of their brand so that people could immediately create that human connection. So that's really the biggest reason using your face is so pivotal.
I love that. And when it comes to some of, like, obviously your research, you coach a lot of people, so you get to get inside of the emotions that people feel. What are people uncomfortable on camera for? Like, what usually is the source of their camera discomfort?
There's 2 different sources. So you have your external sources and then the internal sources. So usually the 2 biggest reasons when I ask somebody, well, what's stopping you from getting in front of the camera? There's 2 common answers. One has to do with the fear of being judged by other people, and that's the external sources. And then the other one comes more internally, where it's like, I just feel awkward, or they just feel uncomfortable. They don't know how to be in front of the camera because of that lack of confidence. So those are the 2 biggest reasons people stay away from getting in front of the camera.
Now, did your camera confidence come instantly, or, talking before, you said that you even had a channel that you kind of experimented with your brother.
Yeah.
Now, of course, you're doing Instagram Reels, you're doing all these different forms of content, but talk about your journey. Like, what was kind of your progression of building your camera confidence?
I am child number 4 of 5, and I think being one of the youngest, you kind of wanted to put yourself in the spotlight because you didn't want to be forgotten. Not to say that my parents were like, let's forget children's 4 and 5, that wasn't the thing, but kind of ingrained in me was, okay, how can I jump in front? So since a really young age, I was always making music videos with my siblings, singing Hit Me Baby One More Time, right? And then the love for video started to really come out in middle school, high school, when my brother and I, we started a YouTube channel together. And it was weird still, like actually sitting down with a camera, pressing record, and you're like talking to nobody, but in hopes of talking to somebody, right? And even to this day, since I'm thinking back to when we first pressed that record button back maybe in 2008, 2009, even now, 2022, I have my own established YouTube channel. When I press record, it's still funky. There's really not this one thing like, oh, if I do this, I'm going to overcome all of the fear and all of this awkwardness. It's just getting comfortable within the awkwardness and being like, okay, this is just a thing. I'm just talking to a camera, and that's just how it's going to be.
And I love you sharing your journey too, because it has been a journey. You haven't just done it once. You've made all kinds of different pieces of content.
Yes.
And today you're standing in part of just doing it a lot. Lots of repetition.
Yeah.
Lots of practice. And it does, I mean, it definitely does get easier. It becomes second nature. I'm like 2,000 videos in, 15 years in or something. It's just kind of crazy.
Yeah, it becomes easier, like second nature, kind of like talking to you right now, conversational. You learn to have a conversation with an inanimate object like a camera, but there's still always that you mess up and you're the underlying, oh, well, I messed up, that was awkward, you know?
Totally.
That little feeling is always kind of there in the back of your mind.
100%. And people probably be surprised how much we still mess up and how many retakes there still are, even if you've been doing this for a while.
Yeah.
But I'm excited to get into these tips. And so 3 quick practical tips for just being more confident next time you're on camera. And the first one is flip your phone. Can you talk about that?
Yes, flipping your phone. I notice right now a lot of us, we just have our phones on hand. And even if you want to start a YouTube channel and you don't have anything, people are like, oh, I need a camera. It's like, just use your phone. But when you use your phone, my biggest tip is to not, I'm just going to show for anybody who can see, and I'll do my best to explain for anybody listening. You have the selfie camera, which is like where you see the screen. A lot of people use the selfie camera. Flip it around and use the back camera or the main camera, because then you can't see yourself and you're not judging yourself. You're able to make eye contact with the camera, which is really what brings that human connection, and you're not getting in your head because you can't see, you can't judge, you're just talking.
That's a really good tip. And also, I mean, they might have a camera with a flip screen on it, and I guess you could challenge yourself by getting the shot right, but then putting the flip screen away so that it's not a distraction.
Right.
But also, a huge tip is also make sure you're looking at the lens. The other problem would be if you see a lot of creators sometimes staring at themselves, and that eye contact actually makes human connection.
Yes.
But if you're just looking off to the side or looking off to the selfie screen, then you kind of miss out on that. So I love that tip. Number 2, press record with no intention to post.
Yeah, if you're somebody who's just starting out and you've never made a YouTube video before, or you're making an Instagram reel, you put that pressure on yourself of like, okay, well, this video has to be perfect, or this video, it's got to be good enough to post, right? We have that pressure. Well, when you record for the first time, take that pressure completely off. Take the pressure off. Press record to simply press record and get comfortable in front of the camera. That video that you record doesn't have to go anywhere. You can delete it right after, but just get comfortable sitting in front of the camera, tell a story, share with yourself your most embarrassing moment, you know, and just talk to yourself on the camera. It doesn't have to go anywhere.
So encouraging. Okay, tip number 3, embrace your flaws.
Yes, I find that my best performing videos, both with TikTok, Instagram Reels, YouTube, some of the most common comments are when people are like, I love that you kept in that blooper. I love when you sneezed, you know, like that was so funny when you incorporated the sneeze into the conversation, you know, and again, people see all of these influencers or creators, YouTubers, and they think they have to be a certain way or show up a certain way. So maybe there's people who look up to you, follow you, and they think, okay, well, if I'm going to be a YouTuber or podcaster, I'm going to show up like Sean. I'm going to show up like Sean. It's like, no, don't show up like Sean. Sean's great. He's fantastic. Use him as a role model. But don't show up like him. Show up like yourself. Embrace the human elements of you. If you stutter, if you sneeze, if you say every 2 seconds, guilty. Just show up as yourself. Embrace the human elements where you mess up maybe, or where you sneeze, because I sneezed in a video and I don't know why, but people loved it. And just embrace those human elements, because it really, again, takes that pressure off your shoulders of having to be or show up a certain way.
So strong. Millie, if people want to connect with you, you're a great follow for especially Instagram tips on YouTube and on Instagram, but what's your handle? How do we find you?
My handle on Instagram is at It's Modern Millie, so it does start with the It's, and then on YouTube you can look up Modern Millie.
Show notes and links in the description. Definitely check that out. Millie, I appreciate you. Thanks for coming on the podcast.
Yeah, of course. Thanks for having me.
Did you know that Gain Super Flings were created by award-winning perfumers and scientists? They supersized the fling and filled it with concentrated detergent. Then added 3 times the Febreze freshness and 4 times the Oxy cleaning power. No wonder I'm obsessed. Try Gain Super Flings. La-da-da-da-da.
Well, I hope that those tips helped you learn how to get confident on camera. And as promised, I want to give you one of my tips, and that is to smile while you're talking. What? Heather, that's a tip? Yes, it is. Normally, when you are talking in your everyday life, you're not actually forcing a smile to happen at the same exact time. Right now, if you're watching this video, I am smiling and talking through this content. Now, if I were to not smile and just talk at a normal pace, I would have a lower energy and I would actually look like I'm not very happy. And here's why this can help you be confident on camera. Number one, it'll increase your energy. You'll have more energy when you're smiling and talking through that smile. It'll help you to enunciate your words more, and it really helps to lighten your face as you're on camera. Number two is you look happy. I kind of alluded to that, but here's the thing. People want to do business with people that they know, like, and trust. And a lot of times you trust people that are happy people. So one of my confidence tips for you is the next time you're on video, just smile and talk through your smile and see on the other side when you're watching that playback how much energy you have and how nice you look on camera. So I hope that helps you the next time you need to create your video. Now, here on this show, one of my favorite things to do is to read the comments from the people who have rated and reviewed this podcast. You can do that over on Apple Podcasts, and that helps us get in front of other people who are interested in this type of content. It helps me to also know what type of content you like listening to, if the topic is great, or if you want us to go deeper in different things. And my favorite ones to read are your testimonies. When you share with us that you've grown your YouTube channel, or you share with us that you started your online course, or you share with us that you got that brand deal, oh my goodness, that is exactly what I love to see in these comments over on Apple Podcasts. And today's review comes from Liddy Listens. Liddy says, "Thank you. Only listened to 2 of the first videos, but I have been sitting on this for 2 years. 1 foot in and 1 foot out. Time to go all in. Great content and motivation." Liddy Listens left that after the video that we had that was all about the YouTube domination framework. And so I want to encourage you to get all in on video. Video is going nowhere. It's only getting bigger and bigger and bigger. So I'm going to encourage you to jump in with 2 feet. Thank you so much for listening to this podcast. I hope that it's encouraged you today. And I want to ask you, what's your next step that you need to take? What action do you need to take after listening to this podcast? Maybe you need to set up the camera and just press record. Thank you for being a listener here on our show. Make sure you subscribe wherever you are consuming this content. Share it with a friend if you know that they need exactly what we have here on the podcast. And we'll catch you in the next episode. Did you hear that Grow with Video Live 2022 is back in person? This is your opportunity to network with like-minded people just like you, to make friendships, to make business partnerships. This is your opportunity to get in the room. You can get your ticket now at growwithvideolive.com. They're going so fast, so make sure you get your ticket right now at growwithvideolive.com.
Never hide your Reese's eggs in a basket. I mean, come on. It's the first place they'll look.
Nature-made magnesium is made to care for your whole body every day.
Go through all of our different brands and I look at how much stress does this one bring me and how much income does it bring us? And we evaluate. It's like, well, life is too short. Like, let's get rid of that, even if it's the one that people kind of know you for. Sometimes you take a niche so far and you're sick of it and you hate it and it's doing okay, but you hate it so much and it's not making you enough money, and it's okay to walk away from it.
Welcome to the Think Media Podcast. My name is Heather Torres, the host of this show. And here on the podcast, we release a brand new episode every single Tuesday to help you grow your influence on YouTube and then turn that influence into a high impact and a high profit online business. So make sure you're subscribed wherever you like to consume this content on. Now, today is a special episode because we get to bring someone who has literally changed our lives onto the show. I'm talking none other than Chalene Johnson. You know, way back about 6-7 years ago, Sean and I both were students of Chalene's Marketing Impact Academy. It was the catalyst to what changed our lives into understanding more than just the social media side of things, more than just the video side of things that Sean knew, but really the impact of laying the right foundation in your business. And I'm excited to bring not just this episode to you, but to also let you know about what we're calling thinkbusinessweek.com. Chalene is hosting a free week teaching you all about the foundations of building your online business. It's going to be one incredible week that you do not want to miss. So you can register for her free class at thinkbusinessweek.com. Now, today on the show, Chalene and Sean are talking all about should you be niching down? Now, if you're anything like me, I am a multi-passionate entrepreneur. I have a lot of different hobbies and a lot of different things that I want to talk about. But Chalene is the queen when it comes to understanding how to stay focused online. What is incredible is that even as a multi-passionate entrepreneur, you're going to learn when should you be scaling, when should you stay focused, and how do you actually create an empire online. Okay, that might be a little much, but we're talking all about how to niche down and how to know the right niche for you. So let's get into today's featured conversation.
Welcome back to the Think Media Podcast. I'm excited for our featured conversation today with Chalene Johnson, who's going to be at Grow with Video Live 2022. But if you're just meeting her, she is a New York Times best-selling author, the founder of the Marketing Impact Academy, fitness celebrity, creating programs like PIO. She's crushed it in Beachbody and is known all around the world, and also has created Instagram coaching products like Insta Club Hub. She's passionate about helping people get their fitness and their diet right with products and programs like the 131 method. She's got a whole bunch of Instagram accounts you've never heard about called feature accounts. She's one of the most influential entrepreneur voices and mentors in my life personally. Her and Brett Johnson, not just business, but also family, life, leading your team. But today, I'm excited to talk all about the idea of niching down. And when you're a multi-passionate entrepreneur, when you're just starting, what do I want to make my YouTube channel about? It can be so overwhelming to think about, man, niche down, it's constricting, it's overwhelming, and there's all these different phases to it. In fact, introducing you, I mentioned 38 things you're doing.
I don't know how you did that too, like extemporaneously. You really should be on the news or something.
I mean, I agree.
You should start a YouTube channel.
I'm thinking about starting a video podcast.
Okay.
Like that would be one of the things. But Chalene, talk about it. And you help a lot of people with this because people come to you and they're like, I love fitness, but I also collect books, and I'm also wondering, everything's crowded, and like, how do I niche down? And so let's unpack this conversation a little bit. You've been helping people a long time. What are your thoughts?
It's one of the first things I always say when I start speaking. I give that disclaimer that I'm going to share with you the best tips and strategies that you should employ right now, but don't look at my stuff for examples of that because I'm in a different stage. And I think so many people who, and like people are coming to mind right now who have huge followings or big platforms, and they're teaching, but they're teaching what they're doing right now, and that doesn't make any sense because you're at a different stage. I think there are levels and there are stages, and at each stage, the methodology that you follow and the strategy that you need to follow is different.
Well, let's talk about the levels then. So level 1, and I'm just starting. I'm trying to get, a brand new YouTube channel, a brand new Instagram account. If you're just starting, you're at level 1 or in those early levels, what is your advice on niching?
You don't have a choice. Like, you have to be known, especially this is true now more than ever because there's twice as many people on social media today as there were 10 years ago, and to stand out, everybody's following everybody, and no one has the time to look at everyone's content. So whether you're following 200 or 2,000 people on Instagram or YouTube or Facebook, you're seeing less than 4% of those people. And we don't have time to look at and follow people and get to know the people who, whenever we, stop by and look at their content, we don't know what we're going to get. It might be one of their many interests. That it's just too confusing, and you're not going to get them coming back to see more of fill in the blank because they don't know what fill in the blank is. So it's really, really hard, especially for people who are creative, because people who are creative can do anything. They like lots of things. They have all these different interests. And if you're entrepreneurial, you're afraid to pick one because you're like, I might pick the wrong one. And if I pick this one, what if this one over here pops? So you feel like, well, if I just kind of juggle them all up in the air, I only have five interests. And you could do that like maybe even 7-8 years ago, but not today. If you do, it's going to take you 10 times longer to be known.
So choosing a niche, niching down, choosing a topic, niching down, depending on how you want to say it, is so critical for getting noticed and standing out.
Yeah.
Do you have any advice for narrowing? Maybe a listener right now is like, there's 3 things. How do I pick one? And I feel like all 3 are great.
We always have to look at the opportunity, right? So when I had to do this myself, I was doing so many different things. I was wanted to be known as writing how to start personal training business. I was working as a paralegal. I was trying to teach women how to start businesses at home. I was trying to do like mini seminars in hotel. Like I was doing all the million different things. And one of those things that I was interested in was fitness. I also saw that at that moment, like there was a huge opportunity. Like there's this window where there's no one doing kind of what I was doing. And so I saw that opportunity, and that when you're looking at like the myriad of things you're interested in, you have to look at the one like, okay, what's the one that there's a real opportunity because no one or fewer people, someone's doing it, but fewer people are doing it. So is there an opportunity financially? And then the other questions you have to ask yourself, is this something, if you just made a list right now of the things that you could speak endlessly about, you're the know-it-all. If you hear someone else talking about it, you almost have to like interrupt and say, I gotta tell you guys this. And so you're passionate about it, you research about it, you're excited about it. And there might be 5 things that fall into that category, but what are like the 1 or 2 where it's like, and there's a financial opportunity or an opportunity to fulfill a gap where there's not enough people talking about it or talking about it in the way that you are.
Yep.
And then you just gotta bite the bullet and freaking do it.
Yep.
Nobody wants to.
Are you ready to start or grow your YouTube channel? Do you feel stuck and need help connecting the dots? Join this free web class where you'll learn the step-by-step playbook for YouTube success. We've helped thousands of purpose-driven entrepreneurs just like you grow their influence with video. Register today for this exclusive training at thinkmasterclass.com.
So you niche down, you bite the bullet, you freaking do it, and then you start to get momentum. When would you say this is good enough momentum to broaden out? Here's one of the biggest questions we get. Oh great, I've posted 50 videos now and it's working. I got 3,000 subscribers, 12,000. I got some money coming in. Maybe I'm part-time on my job now, but I've got some side income coming in, and I'm already thinking about doing something else. I want to start a second channel now. I want to start a third channel now. And when would you say how long you should keep your focus? How long before expanding? A lot of people, that's a big question. Can I start a second channel, Sean? Can I start a third channel? And I'm like, well, is the one really got momentum? What do you think that how long do you stay niched? For you too, again, you're doing a lot of things today, but you didn't start that way.
Correct.
And so there's maybe not a prescriptive length of time, but
there's a feeling.
Okay.
So I would say that, there isn't a prescriptive length of time because you might have insane growth and do all the things that necessitate or make it possible for you to expand into other areas. But I would say for most people, you have to say, is this what people know me for? So like when I'm talking about Sean Cannell, is this what they're saying about me, and I don't have to constantly remind people what I do. When they're talking about a specific niche, does my name constantly come up? That takes a lot of time and patience. That's not going to happen in 3 months for most people. It's just not. It's not even going to happen in a year for most people, if I'm being honest. That's number 1. Number 2 is I always tell people, you're gonna be so sick of it. That's when you're still interested in it. It's like you're like, I hate this so much. I have to get away for a minute. That's when you know, like, it's probably time. That's another kind of measure. And then lastly, that if you can walk away from it and outsource the management of it, does it continue to grow? Does it continue to do well? Or do you still have to be invested 100%? An example, this would be fitness. So for me, when I decided, I got to bite the bullet and just niche exclusively in fitness, I did so for probably 8 years. That was all my social media was. That was all that I, talked and did. And then it got to a point where, number one, I was sick of it. I was dying for that entire time to talk about all the other niches. It got to a place where financially it could be managed, where there was income still coming in, and I didn't have to be the face of that. And that's where those other accounts come in. So if you've got the bandwidth, which most people don't, so I even hate to bring this up, but if you're at a stage financially from that single niche and you know the importance of bringing on team members who can manage that for you, then it's a little safer for you to branch off into another niche. So for me, that means other accounts. So we have a niche account for each and every one of my brands so that my personal accounts, which, on Instagram, speaking specifically, I can talk about all the things.
Yeah.
But I do have niched accounts for all the other separate brands.
Super powerful. Okay, so that's kind of now stage 1, maybe stage 2, and eventually you get to a place where, in a way, you kind of go into a whole nother vertical. Because knowing your story, you're known in, obviously, fitness. You say 8 years. You're here at this event about to speak on Instagram, and you're an Instagram expert. You're also known as you've been listed in Entrepreneur and these different places as one of the top marketing experts or social marketing. So marketing is different than fitness. That's like an entirely different vertical. For someone watching that's like, I want to add on, or I'm thinking about leaving that thing and then rebuilding it. And when is that? Any tips for that? Because again, someone's comparing themselves to Chalene Johnson and they go, well, why can't I start with 14 things? I love marketing and I want to do fit and I want to be an expert in all of it. So what is your advice? You kind of already touched on it, multiple accounts, but now in the level you're at, maybe some advice for me as well, and anyone who can kind of draft off that in our podcast community is like, you kind of want to be, I'm very passionate about leadership. YouTube Secrets, 2nd edition, the book is about to come out, and I'm questioning, should my next book still be on YouTube to stay niched, or I want to talk about leadership. I want to talk faith in leadership. I
got this. I got this.
Okay, so you guys see where I'm going?
Oh, God, yes.
Help me.
Okay, so it has to make sense to your audience. I think so, because you're not... For most people, you don't have to start over from scratch. I didn't have to start over from scratch and build a completely new audience with marketing. There's a very small faction of my fitness audience who wanted to understand marketing. And so that through line is the reason why I was successful in fitness isn't because I knew the most about fitness or even that was my greatest passion. It's because I really understood solving a problem, and that's marketing. And it is because of my prowess and my understanding and my study and my passion for marketing that I was able to use that to launch a fitness business and a journal business and an Instagram coaching business. Like, that's the through line. So to circle back to your own, it makes sense for people to say, the reason why my YouTube business has been successful isn't because I know the most about YouTube. It's because of building this incredible team. And that starts with leadership.
Yeah.
And so it's like kind of helping people to understand how it makes sense. It's that person who's a chiropractor, but now what they really want to do is help people heal with food. And so they want to go into nutrition and whole food diet, etc. So it's making that connection, saying, I realized I could adjust people every week, but my true passion was helping people understand that it's a whole person process. So as long as it makes sense to your audience, that's number one about, how to do that. And then you really have to commit to your new niche, which is why I don't recommend starting one until financially you can turn it over to someone else to help you run it.
So you want there to be a bridge there. There's a connection to it. There's a bridge there. It's an adjacency to what you're probably already doing. And then once it's automated and can be automated. And then to a point, once you're in that phase, have you found that there's times when maybe you have to go back and ramp it up again?
Yeah.
Or actually, maybe a certain season team shifts around a little bit. Have you been in seasons ever of overwhelm where you're like, wow, I'm now 3 steps out and you're kind of juggling a couple things?
Yeah.
Because even automation maybe may or may not be perfect. So what's the healthiest time,
So I think you and I both agree on this. Like, it has to be about my mental state, right? And it's never about the money. But that gets in your ego, right? Where you're like, oh man, I've got to be doing all these things. And if I don't give that all this attention and this all that attention, then I'm going to be making less money. And for me, that's never worth it. But there have been times where I have had to say, like, of all these things we're doing, this, and we do this, at least once a quarter. I mean, at least once a year, sometimes once a quarter, where we'll go through all of our different brands and I look at how much stress does this one bring me and how much income does it bring us? And we evaluate. It's like, well, life is too short. Like, let's get rid of that, even if it's the one that people kind of know you for. I also wanted to mention, sometimes you take a niche so far and you're sick of it and you hate it and it's doing okay, but you hate it so much and it's not making you enough money, and it's okay to walk away from it. It doesn't have to go on your tombstone.
That's good.
I also think when it comes to niche, like, sometimes you can't just plan these things. God drops things in your life where you're like, I have to talk about this.
Like Jeremiah says, it's burning in my bones.
Yes.
Like, and so you feel it. That's probably a good test too. There's a couple things, but one is burning. Like, and you probably you got to follow the flame.
Yeah. So if I teach Instagram and I teach people, like, you got to stay on niche to your feed posts. But then they go and look at my Instagram and they're like, you're all over the place.
Sure.
But I'm not building a brand with my personal Instagram or a business.
Yeah.
And so
you're being Chalene Johnson with your person, which is a matter of clarity of what are you doing with the account.
And what I'm doing with the account for me is I'm helping people get through whatever it is, God placed in my path. Recently, I've just been putting all my passion and interest and heart into being an advocate for patients' rights.
Yeah.
And what does that have to do with any of my businesses? Nothing. But I also am now at a stage where, because of my platform, I feel an obligation to use it in a way that gives people who don't have a voice. And that doesn't always have to make you money.
Yeah. Yeah, so powerful. Well, Chalene Johnson, so grateful for you. And of course, we have show notes and links that will take you to her resources. I want to hear some of that in a bit, but I'm curious.
Yeah.
Any kind of book recommendations for someone wanting clarity? One of my favorites is The One Thing, right? I don't know if you're familiar with that one, by Gary Keller. And has there been any resources like that are top of mind?
Yes.
What is that?
So glad you asked. Business Made Simple.
Okay.
It's unbelievable.
By Donald Miller.
Yes, that is a phenomenal book. The funny thing is, I don't read any books. I listen to all books on Audible. And I have probably listened to that Audible book 3 times.
Wow.
I think it's every MBA student should have it. Every member of your team should have it. I think we're in a place now where people can work from home. Even if they're working for somebody else, you've got to think of it like it's your own business, because you are a commodity. And I just think he teaches so much about integrity and understanding strategy. It's just a powerful book and simple.
Yeah. Amazing. Well, we'll definitely link those up. And then, Chalene, if people want to connect with you, follow you, what's going on?
They should call me. I'll give them my cell phone number and just text me.
Link in the description.
Yes. Chalene Johnson on Instagram.
Chalene Johnson on Instagram. Chalene, appreciate you coming on the podcast. Appreciate you so much, and just really want to acknowledge your influence, not just in my life, but in our community's life. So thanks again.
Appreciate you.
Time is running out. Snap your W-2 and file your taxes 100% free now. Plus, get your biggest refund. File free now. Roughly 37% of filers qualify. Simple 1040 returns only. Click for eligibility.
Well, I hope that that was an inspiring conversation for you. And I want to know, what are your next steps that you need to take? What is the action step that is right for you? Do you need to niche down? Are you ready to expand? Or are you ready to sign up for Shalene's free business week at thinkbusinessweek.com? I'm excited for the Think community to be learning from someone who has literally changed my life. And I hope that during this free week of content that you can see what your next step would be with Shalene as well. Now, here on the podcast, we love to read your reviews. It helps us so much when you rate and review the podcast over on Apple iTunes. No, that's not where you do it. Apple Podcasts. When you rate and review the podcast over there, it helps this show get out to more people. And people actually read the reviews of shows before they invest time in listening to it. So you being one of our Think fam members, it means so much to us when you actually rate and review the podcast. And sometimes, every episode actually, we read one of those on the show. Today, it comes from SFM 245. They said, "These guys are so informative. I'm glad to see the Think Media team embracing the longer form content. I actually enjoy listening to them breaking down their data and their findings in a podcast narrative because I can tell they do not cut anything out, or at least not that much. With the way YouTube is, I understand why some videos need to be trimmed in order to get the desired views. Here, I don't have to worry about that. I just feel like I'm getting an authentic take on the topics they're discussing comparing to a short YouTube video. Keep up the good work." Thank you so much for those encouraging words. And yeah, that's actually why we started the podcast, was because we wanted to have deeper conversations. We wanted to bring our guest expert friends on and talk about some, related topics to what it is to be an online entrepreneur using video to grow your personal brand. And so thank you for seeing the efforts we're putting in, but thank you for being a consistent listener here on the show. Well, thank you again for listening to today's episode. I hope that you joined Shalene for her free business week, and we'll catch you in the next episode. Bye. Did you hear that Grow with Video Live 2022 is back in person? This is your opportunity to network with like-minded people just like you, to make friendships, to make business partnerships. This is your opportunity to get in the room. You can get your ticket now at growwithvideolive.com. They're going so fast, so make sure you get your ticket right now at growwithvideolive.com.
I mean, I would say create videos worth watching. I mean, whenever you watch a Mr. Beast interview, for example, and everybody's like, what's the secret to your success? He's just like put time and effort into creating a great video and have a clickable title and thumbnail, and just don't waste people's time. He just goes right into it, and be a hawk with your analytics. Like, I can't tell you, yes, that was scary at first. I'm like, I don't want numbers. I just want to shoot video. I'm a creative. Yeah. But I can reach more people because I know the numbers. And I could be more creative because now I have more revenue because I looked at the numbers. Yeah. I'm even at a point now where Pokemon's sending me product before anybody else sees it. Wow. And they now see me as an influencer in the space, which is just in 14 months. It's crazy.
One of my favorite things to do here on the podcast is bring people to you who are seeing massive growth happening on their YouTube channels and breaking down exactly how they're doing it. In today's episode, we're breaking down a cool YouTube experiment that helped this creator grow to over 100,000 subscribers in less than a year. My name is Heather Torres, and I'm the host of the Think Media podcast, the #1 podcast to help you grow your influence on YouTube and then turn that influence into a high impact and a high profit online business. And I am so excited because today's episode is actually with one of our Grow with Video Live speakers. Are you coming to Grow with Video Live? We're in the countdown of this amazing conference that'll be happening in May here in Las Vegas. You can learn from experts like Pat Flynn, who's on the podcast today, Patrick Bet-David, Gary Vaynerchuk, Alex Hermosi, Shalene Johnson, Jasmine Starr, and so many more, all during this 2-day 2-day experience here in Las Vegas. You can get your tickets and register for either the in-person or the virtual experience over at growwithvideolive.com. We're working through all of the scheduling, and can I tell you how excited I am? It's like the Super Bowl here at Think Media to get to the finish line of growwithvideolive.com. We're breaking down all things to do with building your personal brand with video. So if you are a small business owner, an entrepreneur, a content creator in ministry, if you are someone who wants to learn how to dominate on video over this next decade, then you should be in the room at Grow with Video Live. There are going to be thousands of content creators, entrepreneurs from just starting to earning over 8 figures in the room at Grow with Video Live. So you should be there as well. So get your tickets at growwithvideolive.com. Now, every single Tuesday, we release a brand new episode here on the podcast. So make sure you're subscribed wherever you're consuming this audio from. And if this is a great message for you and you know someone who needs it, make sure you send this episode to a friend. Okay, let's jump into today's featured content with Sean Cannell and Pat Flynn about Pat's crazy YouTube experiment that got him to over 100,000 subscribers in less than a year.
Whether you're tinkering in your garage or tackling big projects, if you know the value of working with your hands, you know Harbor Freight. And you can be confident knowing that at Harbor Freight, you can get quality tools at prices that work just as hard as you do. Because the only thing more satisfying than a job well done is a job well done, well under budget. Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Welcome back to the Think Media Podcast. I'm fired up for today's episode and conversation with Pat Flynn, author of Superfans, author of Will It Fly, creator of Smart Passive Income. But today we're talking all about his best YouTube tips and really a new project that he's launched in the Pokemon niche. And he kind of fell in love with Pokemon during the pandemic. And as a family man, as a father, it's turned into something amazing. He's been getting featured in the news. The channel's been growing like crazy. He's using YouTube Shorts and all kinds of different things, and he's gonna spill all the tea to help us get views, subscribers, and some of the lessons that he's been learning. But Pat, how's it going? Welcome back to the podcast.
Yeah, it's great to see you in person.
Yeah, it's great. After so long, and you just crushed the talk here at Social Media Marketing World. But tell us a little backstory. I mean, this channel, what are the numbers now? And then take us back to when this channel started in the Genesis.
Yeah, so the numbers now, we're seeing about 8,000 to 9,000 views per hour at this point.
Jeez.
So we're talking millions per month, and every video come out with one video per week, and sometimes a short in between. And we also have live streams that go on, which actually are very popular. We'll talk about that, I'm sure, too. But revenue-wise, just on ads, we cracked 5 figures.
Jeez.
And it's been 14 months.
Wow.
And it's just going up. It's just insane.
And so 14 months since the start of the channel. Pitch the vision. Like, what were you thinking?
Well, before starting the channel, it was just getting involved with this Pokemon community and seeing all the other creators that were on there. And it was very, very apparent very quickly that everybody was basically doing the same thing. They were what's called cracking packs. They're opening up packs. And what's cool about Pokemon is that there's an inherent mystery in every single pack. The pack that you open up might have the big card in it or the more expensive one. And then there's subsets of the Pokemon community who are more about the investment side of it. There's a smaller subset about like what's called trophy cards, which are these rare ones from Japan and all that stuff. But I started to notice that there wasn't really anybody who was telling good story around it and also just having fun. It just was like a business to everybody. So I was like, you know what? I want to come into this space and I want to bring some fun, involve my kids a little bit, and then also just, tell a good story. And I know that based on my other experience, that if I combine that with really good cinematography, that it could be a hit. And so that combined with the 11 years of my YouTube experience on the Pat Flynn channel and all the mistakes I made there, it was just like, okay, we have a game plan, thumbnail, title, let's rock it out, and it's just exploded.
And I love this kind of recipe. It reminds me of the quote from Sally Hogshead of different is better than better. It's a crowded space. There's a lot of people in it, but you brought production value to it. You brought story to it. You brought a lot of marketing experience to it. And then you also brought passion to it, as it was something you started to get fascinated with and fall in love with. Well, break it down. What would you attribute maybe some of the strategies or lessons you've learned in the growth of the channel that maybe are universal?
I mean, it's literally the analytics. We are in the analytics multiple times a day. As soon as we publish a video, we want to know how it's ranking compared to our previous videos. If it's, below 4, if it's 4 to 10, we make a thumbnail and or title change. We've already made several titles and thumbnails that are possibilities.
If you launch a new video and it's in your last top 10 underperforming, you'll pivot the title or the thumbnail?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's why it's not getting views.
Yeah.
Because it's not getting clicked on. Your video doesn't exist unless it gets clicked on. And so we've been studying a lot about thumbnails and watching a lot of people like Mr. Beast and getting a lot of inspiration from him and Ryan Trahan and a few others, and just seeing what our audience seems to click on. And we've started to, over time, really nail what that is, to a point where within the first couple hours, we can have a 15 to sometimes 20% click-through rate on our videos.
Wow.
Now, those are likely coming from people who already know who we are, but over time, of course, that click-through rate goes down because YouTube is sending those videos out to other people, but they're only sending those videos out to new people because our people who know us and who watch our videos or who watch videos like ours are clicking.
Yep.
So title, thumbnail, the most important thing.
Yep.
That's where it comes from. And then it's the retention graph. We are like hawks looking at the retention graph. We want it to be as even and as plateaued as possible. If there's any moments during any videos where people seem to drop off, we pay attention to that, never do that again. If there's spikes, okay, people rewound that. They wanted to play that over, so let's do more of that. And we've got it down to a point where we have 60 to 70% retention rate all the way through to the end of the video.
Wow.
And there's no cliff. And there's no cliff because, like Mr. Beast, we don't even let people know the ending is coming. We just end. And what happens is that now YouTube feeds them another recommended video from ours, and it just keeps going and blasting off. So that's been really incredible. That combined with just talking to people in the community. We have a Discord, which has been really fantastic. We'll experiment with ideas there. We'll share thumbnails. Which of these thumbnails do you like better?
Wow. Before you post the video?
Before we post the video.
So you get that feedback. That's smart.
I know you do that. You do that on Twitter quite often. And it's so, why wouldn't you do that?
Yep.
Literally the most important thing is they click the video, right? And so that's just been, the Discord's been really amazing, and just getting feedback. What do you like about these videos? What do you not like about it? And again, just being me. I'm not pretending to be a Pokemon expert. In fact, I tell people, I just got in this industry, and I tell people to help me with some of the names on these Japanese cards that I don't even know.
Yeah.
But I am fully myself, and I'm fully showing up, and I'm learning as I go. And this community that we've built, I mean, we have 1,000 paying members now on the channel.
Okay.
Because we go live once a week. And when I'm live, I have anywhere between 1,000 to 2,000 people concurrently watching me open packs.
Wow. So the main thing you're doing the main way you're doing live streaming is on the other side of someone doing a YouTube channel membership?
No, it's actually public, but that brings new members in.
Got it.
Who then get access to a Discord and, the emotes and whatnot, and just want to support the channel. And it's $2.99 a month, but times 1,000, I mean, that stuff adds up. And
Yeah,
we're
so
only 14 months into this.
So that's $3,000.
$3,000 minus the 30%.
Minus the 30% that YouTube takes. So there's a lot there. So one, you build up this community. You're tapping into channel memberships at a low cost, $2.99 for people who love you. They get access to the Discord. That's the only way to get access to the Discord?
Yeah, only members, because we want to keep it, we want to have that filter, right? There's a lot of people in the Pokemon space who will try to scam people or take advantage, and we just wanted people who are filtered, who we know are good people, who pay to support the channel to be in there.
Yeah, when you say we, how many people do you have helping with just this project? You have businesses, you're the SwitchPod creator, you've got smart passive income, that's a team. When you say we, who's all working on this?
It's me and my producer, Dan Patrick Norton, who I don't know if you've met him before, but he's been around a lot of the video events. He's also a Pokemon fan, and he has one other editor under him who often works on our projects, and that's it.
Yeah.
We're just all nerding out about this. We nerd out about not just Pokemon, but literally YouTube analytics.
I love it. And so let's talk the content strategy. You touched on it. You're releasing one proper edited video a week.
Yep.
And then you're also going live once a week.
Correct.
And you're doing you're opening packs during that.
Opening packs, giving some stuff away to members also.
Yeah.
But then the whole time people can sign up to become a member to potentially win that thing.
Yeah.
And it snowballs. Like every time it's getting bigger and bigger.
And then one short a week or whenever you can get around to shorts.
You know, honestly, we did one short a week for a while, but then we stopped.
Yeah.
And we stopped because shorts is very finicky for a while. It was just exploding. We have a couple shorts that are over 5, one over 10 million.
Yeah.
But we also found out that it was getting exposure to people who weren't necessarily fans of the channel or going to be fans of the channel. We have a very popular video about a base set Pokemon Charizard, and it got out there, and like we started getting comments from like people that obviously were not Pokemon fans who were like, why would adults pay for this stuff? And we're like, okay, well, shorts isn't really reaching like the masses, or it is reaching the masses, which is not exactly who we want to reach. We want to reach other people who are watching YouTube videos about this space.
Yeah.
And so most of our traffic, in fact, is coming from browse and suggested, which is exactly what we want. Search plays no role. We don't have any keyword research. We don't do any sort of title to keyword research matching. It's just what is a clickable title and thumbnail. Let's go make that video.
Yep.
Like we don't come up with a video idea first. We come up with the title and thumbnail and then go make that.
And then the YouTube algorithm is finding, because they also understand their viewers, so they seem to be finding the right viewers for your channel.
Yes, and we can see it in the data too. You see huge surges where people are being fed the video, they're clicking on it, and then it kind of trickles down. And YouTube, we see there are still the same amount of impressions. It's them shooting the video out to other people to see if that audience type would want to come. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. But YouTube is so helpful to us because we're trying to help YouTube out as much as possible. We keep people on the platform as long as possible. We're also doing something cool with like a series of videos. We have different kinds of videos. Like I did a video called I bought weird Pokemon cards on Etsy. And it exploded. So, of course, we created a second version of that. I'm working on the third one now. And every one has like 300 to 400,000 views within a month. And it's just so fun because I'll pay like $500 for stuff on Etsy, but then the ad revenue after a couple weeks already pays for that.
Yeah.
And then people are like, this is fun. It's different than everybody else who's opening packs. I'm buying weird things and just making a story about it. And if you watch our videos, you'll notice that they're very quick. Like within the first 10 seconds, you'll see 10, 20 cuts, zoom in, zoom out, B-roll, text, other things. Sadly, we're kind of in that point now where if you want to attract attention, especially for a more entertainment-based channel, you have to do it that way. I mean, we got inspiration from Ryan Trahan for a lot of that stuff, but it's a lot, but it's kind of necessary at this point.
And break that down because Ryan Trahan was a great creator to check out for a particular style of video. He's getting insane views, but you recently had a video that got written about in the news. Tell us that story a little bit, and what were some of the transferable elements of the video that maybe even a newer creator could power up their next video with, even if it was just a few things.
Yeah, so the story behind this video is I found that there was this little shady thing going on with Walmart and cards that were being sold on their website. So I ordered those cards, I verified that they were fake, and then I just was like, okay, cool. I need to tell people this news because it's important. I want the community to know. So I could have just pop the video in my face and go, hey, everybody, I have an important announcement. Don't buy cards from Walmart.com. Look out for this, look out for that. Okay, that's useful. Or I can create a whole story about it so that there's stake involved, so that people are remembering the story, so that there's actually context to this. Because the reason why I found out about it was when my Discord members got scammed. And so I was like, that's not cool. I wanna go like investigate this, or Flynn-investigate it, as I call on the channel. And so I start off the video by literally Ryan Trahan style. I'm doing something completely random, and then I go into the story. I'm cutting down lemons from my lemon tree in the backyard, and then I get a notification on my Discord. But then instead of pulling out my phone, I pull out an iPad, and you're like, where did that iPad come from? And then it goes into one of my members saying, I bought a box and it was fake. And then I start going into, oh my God, like that's not cool. And then so I get in a conversation with him on Discord, and I record that, and it just just kind of goes. And now there's a reason why you would want this to work out, because this person got scammed, I got scammed, and that's not right, versus just a public announcement.
Yeah.
People are getting scammed. There's no, like, okay, that's not cool, but now we have a person to root for.
Yeah.
Right? And
that's some real deep storytelling elements right
for
there.
sure. Right?
Yeah.
Like, what's at stake? If there's nothing at stake, why are people watching all the way through? You know, and I'm trying to incorporate that in a lot of my Pat Flynn videos now, which is more educational. I'm not going to Ryan Trahan it, but I might get a little bit more purposeful with the cuts and the storytelling and the edits and whatnot, just to kind of hold people's attention and to give a person a reason to stay to the end.
Yeah, amazing. Well, Pat, I'm fired up. You're one of our Growth Video Live speakers, and you're dropping a lot of knowledge here in regards to YouTube. You're getting hands-on feedback with all of this data. I would ask that as we land the plane, what do you think the opportunity on YouTube is right now? If you contextualize what you've learned, you're in this entertainment niche, which is amazing. It makes you very dynamic because you're experiencing that. You've been on this 14-month crazy growth rise, but you're also a OG educator on podcasting, smart passive income, affiliate marketing, and you have the education channel as well. When you think about YouTube 2022, what is maybe just a couple of encouraging thoughts, tips, strategies for someone who's like, man, I'm trying to be on what it is now. What should I be working on? What should I be thinking on that could level up my next video?
Yeah, I mean, I would say create videos worth watching. I mean, whenever you watch a Mr. Beast interview, for example, and everybody's like, what's the secret to your success? He's just like put time and effort into creating a great video and have a clickable title and thumbnail, and just don't waste people's time. He just goes right into it. And that's what I'm trying to pull away too. I see a lot of even my students who start off their YouTube channel videos by saying, hey guys, welcome back to the channel. My name is this. This is what you can learn here. It's like a person is clicking on your video because they want something.
Yeah.
Get them into that. But then also use these strategies of hooks and pattern interrupts and stuff to keep people all the way through. Create more open loops in the middle of the video so that they're even more inclined to stay till the end. And be a hawk with your analytics. Like, I can't tell you. Like, yes, that was scary at first. I'm like, oh, I don't want like numbers. I just want to shoot video. I'm a creative.
Yeah.
But I can reach more people because I know the numbers. And I could be more creative because now I have more revenue because I looked at the numbers.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I'm even at a point now where Pokemon's sending me product before anybody else sees it.
Wow.
And they now see me as an influencer in the space, which is just
in 14 months.
It's crazy.
Kind of speaks, and that was a brand new channel, started from scratch, which maybe had some crossover audience, but is a different audience.
I knew nothing about Pokemon before this.
And you knew nothing about Pokemon. YouTube is alive and well. It's not too late to start YouTube.
Exactly.
But become a data nerd and really fall in love with the numbers. And I'm excited to learn even obviously more from your depth of wisdom. I want you to shout out some of your stuff in a second, but Think Media Podcast, one recommended video I encourage you to check out in our archive and or audio episode is our top 5 books for YouTube, one of which is super fans. And so check out, of course, show notes and resources, and we'll link to Pat's stuff. But specifically, if people want to check out your Pokemon channel and they want to follow you, where should people find you?
Yeah, so the Pokemon channel, you can find it Deep Pocket Monster. Pokemon is short for Pocket Monster, but we get deep with it, right? And deep pockets, right? All that stuff. Anyway, and then you can find me, Pat Flynn, as well on all the Instagram, Twitter, and also on YouTube for my educational stuff as well.
Pat Flynn, thank you.
My son Ian was diagnosed with a brain tumor at the age of 16 months. We had no hope until St. Jude rescued us. I mean, they saved him. To this date, we are 12 years into this journey, and from day one, we've never once seen a bill.
When you support St. Jude through your company employee giving program, you can help make cures possible for kids with cancer. To learn more, visit stjude.org/employee giving.
Well, I hope that conversation with Sean and Pat was valuable to you. And I'll make sure to link down in the description box of YouTube and in the show notes of the audio of other conversations that we've had with Pat here on the podcast. He is one of our regular contributors here, and it's so encouraging to see his business grow, his YouTube channels grow, all because he just attempts these cool experiments. So I hope that is valuable to you, and make sure to click on that if you want to go deeper with Pat here on the podcast. podcast. Now, if you want to see Pat in person, you've got to come to Grow with Video Live 2022. It's happening live in Las Vegas, and you can get your ticket at growwithvideolive.com. But I want to ask you the question, though, after listening to the episode, what's your next action step? What do you need to do to move your channel forward? What comfort zone do you need to step out of and just try something new to see if it would work? I think what's so awesome about what Pat did was he just committed to it and he saw it through, and he got some really great results because of that. So what comfort zone do you need to step out of? What action do you need to take? Now, here on the podcast every single week, we love to shout out one of our listeners who has rated and reviewed the podcast over on Apple Podcasts. You can do this on your phone by just opening that app, going to the podcast, and hitting the rate and review. You can give it whatever stars you'd like, 5 stars, please, and you can leave a review of what you love about the podcast. Now, one of the other things you can do is leave your testimony. Let us know how this podcast has helped you grow over the last few years. Let us know what episode was your favorite or who else you would like to see on the show. This is a great way for you and I to be able to speak to each other on a more one-to-one basis. So go over and rate and review the podcast if you haven't already. I'm going to challenge you. We've got thousands of listeners on this show, and I bet you could take 5 minutes to rate and review it so that other people could see how this podcast has helped you. Today, I want to shout out Carol Knows, and she says, excellent podcast. Think Media offers so much valuable content. Thanks, Sean and Heather. So encouraging. Well, thank you so much, Carol, for being a part of our community. Thank you for taking the time to leave that review. It helps other content creators and entrepreneurs learn about this show, and it also just helps us get the word out more of what we're trying to do here on Mission at Think Media. Thank you for being a listener. I want to say get your ticket to Grow with Video Live if you haven't already, and we'll catch you in next week's episode.
The reason why TikTok's been so different is because it really, obviously besides Vine back in the day, it really brought back short form video. So people have learned how to capture attention for 9, 15, maybe 60 seconds. But I think most TikTokers are going to struggle with that transition to long form content versus someone like you who's an expert in YouTube. I think you would instantly be able to create that long form content that retains attention. But for most people, I recommend starting a little bit shorter, 15 seconds, 8 seconds, and then growing your way to 60 seconds as you learn how to engage an audience, retain attention, and ultimately think of enough cool things to say in order to keep people paying attention.
Welcome to the Think Media podcast. My name is Heather Torres. I'm your host of this show. And on this podcast, we help you grow your influence on YouTube and then turn that influence into a high impact and a high profit online business. And man, is vertical video everywhere? I feel like my iPhone is only vertical video now. It's YouTube Shorts, it's TikTok, it's Instagram Reels. So we need to start understanding, you and I, how to be utilizing this for our business. Video is not going anywhere, and the virality of this vertical video revolution, oh, that sounded cool. Okay, the virality of this vertical video no, that's not what it is. The virality of the vertical video revolution is unstoppable. So today we're diving into TikTok, one of the fastest growing apps with vertical video right now. And Rachel Pedersen is going to be our guest on the show. And we're going deep into her strategy of how she's reaching people around the world. We're going into her workflow of how she's creating so much content and the best practices that you, entrepreneur, need to be doing right now to be making vertical video a staple in your marketing. So let's get into today's featured conversation.
Welcome back to the Think Media Podcast. I'm fired up for today's episode because we're talking all about short form vertical video. Yes, TikTok, and my guest today has 3 powerful tips for us, and also repurposing short form vertical video across multiple platforms. But if you haven't met her before, Rachel Pedersen is a Minnesota mom of 3. She is a social media expert, and today she's going to be breaking down some of her powerful tips. But as we kick it off, tell a little bit about your backstory, because, about 10 years ago, your life was very different than it is right now.
Completely different. So 10 years ago, I was actually a single mom living on welfare and food stamps, renting one room with my daughter, literally doing medical experiments to pay for diapers, giving blood plasma. I still have the scars to prove it. Life looked completely different a decade ago.
Wow. And today, you're a business owner with an incredible business team. You're helping people with social media, courses, membership sites. You're speaking. You're in the trenches, helping some personal brands with the kind of a white glove agency type service. And you're hands-on, seeing what's really working on social. You have a great YouTube channel. You're active across all platforms, but you're in love with TikTok. Why is that?
Ooh, that's a really good question. I like TikTok because it's the first platform where I felt like you can really just be yourself, whether that's nerdy, goofy, silly, dumb, whatever it is you want to be. It seems that there's a space for that on TikTok, and I'm a pretty nerdy, goofy person. I kind of make a fool of myself a lot on TikTok, and it's felt like it was the first place where I could really, truly be myself, and that helped me to branch out with success more so on every single other platform. But something else I really love about TikTok is that it has its own culture. So people understand these collective inside jokes, and there are layers of inside jokes, almost like you have a million besties that are all in on the same exact stories and history.
Wow. And when it comes to TikTok right now in 2022, what should we be paying attention to? I know my account, we're new there, Official Think Media, because we've been on YouTube, we've been in other places, we're doing a lot of repurposing, but it just gave me a notification. You can now upload 5-minute videos. I'm talking to other people that got 10 minutes, and I know the max, depending on your account, is 15. What is even happening? Like, what do you think about the state of TikTok and organic reach, video lengths changing? What do you see coming up?
For someone like you, you would crush it with longer form content, but I'm going to be honest, part of the reason why TikTok's been so different is because it really, obviously besides Vine back in the day, it really brought back short form video. So people have learned how to capture attention for 9, 15, maybe 60 seconds, but I think most TikTokers are going to struggle with that transition to long form content versus someone like you who's an expert in YouTube. I think you would instantly be able to create that long form content that retains attention. But for most people, I recommend starting a little bit shorter, 15 seconds, 8 seconds, and then growing your way to 60 seconds as you learn how to engage an audience, retain attention, and ultimately think of enough cool things to say in order to keep people paying attention.
Valuable. Okay, let's talk about it. 3 tips, and this is some stuff that we can apply right now to grow on TikTok and really short form vertical video in general. Number 1 is hook value CTA. Break it down.
Beautiful. So there are 3 essential parts to every TikTok. Obviously, there are some that are exceptions. So like inside jokes or goofy videos, those might be a little bit different. But for value content, educational content, you really want to focus first and foremost on the hook. The hook is those first 5 seconds of your video, as you probably know from hanging out here. But what I really loved was geeking out over the copy behind a hook that really pulls people in and makes them want to watch until the end. And there's a fantastic book that really supported me with this called Great Leads by Michael Masterson. Amazing book to help you understand the first 100 characters of any piece of content. Every time that I really hyper-focus on the hook, my content performs better. And oftentimes people can actually take a video that didn't do well, put a new hook on the front of it, and totally revitalize that video with a whole new audience. And ultimately, that video could take off. The second part that I really love is value. And I recommend that most people, I know we usually hear like hook, story, call to action, but I'm going to be honest, if you're anything like me, I'm not a super great storyteller. Like
Sure.
I'll start telling a story and people like, okay, what's next? So it's a lot easier for us to do value. And I recommend 3, 5, 7, 9 points of value. The reason behind that is Dan Ariely's book, Predictably Irrational. People are drawn towards odd numbers and specific numbers. So add in those 3, 5, 7 points of value before you get to the call to action. Now, with calls to action, I feel like a lot of people kind of freak out and they're like, what do I say here? Like, subscribe to my channel and like this video and love me and please let's be friends forever. Like they kind of, it's nerve wracking coming up with a good CTA. So here's an easy one that anyone can use on TikTok. Follow for more.
That's it.
That's it.
3 words.
3 words. Anyone can do it.
So you deliver the value, follow for more, and then that's a reminder at the end of the video so they don't just keep swiping and you have the potential to build your following. How have you seen your TikTok growth using this formula?
I've been using this formula for 2 years now. And what's wild is it took me about 8 years to grow to 175,000 Instagram followers, even including my days before being a marketer. And it took me 3 years to grow to 1 million followers on TikTok. So it's been exponential, but it's also helped to grow my YouTube, my Instagram, and my communities.
Wow, man, incredible results and using the power of the hook, value, and CTA. Number 2, though, is that volume gives you data. Break that down.
So a lot of times people ask me, Rachel, how much should I post? And the answer is kind of like, how long is a piece of string? It depends. The truth is, you learn the most when you post more. And so I'm a huge fan of recognizing you can grow with 1 video a day. Sometimes you can grow with a couple videos a week, but you're not going to learn as much from just speculating or sitting back and scrolling on TikTok, which is very easy to do. So I recommend like these 3 formulas for people. And these are not actually like crazy complex formulas. It's just a simple recommendation. So 1 a day, Monday through Friday, take weekends off, and that's going to give you decent growth and decent feedback. If you do 2 to 5 a day, you're going to see a lot more growth, but also you're going to get some insights as to this is a topic that blew up, and other people will be able to audit your account and more easily tell you, hey, I noticed like all of these ones tended to do well. Why don't you do more like that? And when you do 10 a day, generally speaking, I notice everything explodes when I do 10 a day, but I also learn the most. And sometimes I'll do stuff that's completely unrelated to my niche.
Wow. And so volume gives you data. It's a whole nother angle than just feeling like, oh, should I just post a lot? And so you're posting a lot so you can get feedback. And then the next step is to learn and then adapt, right? So then do you try to trim out the losers, double down on the winners?
Absolutely. Just the other day I was looking at someone's account and it was easy for me at a glance to see that every time they talked about a certain topic, which was allowances for kids, every time they talked about that, their videos took off. So because they followed a high frequency or a high volume pace of posting, patterns were easy for me to detect. And so I said, why don't you create some more videos about kids allowance? Sure enough, within 24 hours, 38,000 views.
Pattern recognition. But you got to do volume to get there. I love that tip. Okay, number 3, domino content, which is repurposing between 1 to 5 platforms. I'm excited to kind of unpack this one. What is the domino content first? And then let's break down the strategy of maybe the lifespan of one piece of your content that lives multiple places.
So imagine there's like a whole line of dominoes and one action step causes the whole line to fall down. I'm huge into that. Anytime that something can set off a chain of, events that supports growth or works in the background for me, the better. Especially because if you're watching this, you're probably busy. I'm busy. You've got a lot going on too. I need my content to be more leveraged for me than just one platform can give. So domino content is this idea of, is there a piece of content I can create that I can repurpose to other platforms without, and this is the key, without it feeling completely off for that platform. And so that's where I came up with the concept of domino content. Now, the example of domino content, this is my favorite workflow, is to record in TikTok, and then I use an app called snaptik.app, which is totally free. It's on desktop. Don't get the app. The app doesn't work. So on desktop, you can just strip the watermark. There are several others that work as well. It will slightly desync the audio. So heads up. That can bother some people. It doesn't bother me very much because I'm not a perfectionist.
Sure.
So I remove the watermark and I repurpose it to IG Reels for sure, YouTube Shorts most of the time, not always. I'm kind of steering away from posting all my content there. But also sometimes people have access to some shorter form videos on like LinkedIn. I just got Facebook Reels. And some people have talked about how there's a potential for it coming to Twitter as well. So with one piece of content being able to be repurposed on every platform, we've seen huge success with this. And case in point, I uploaded one YouTube short that within almost 48 hours had 660,000 views, specifically related to my expertise on TikTok.
Wow.
Crazy. On Instagram Reels, same thing. It feels like they're one of the biggest things that are moving the needle on Instagram right now, as long as that watermark is not there. And we've seen videos get millions of views just being repurposed in 60 seconds.
Teeth sensitivity is so common. It immediately feels like, somebody's poking directly on their nerve. I recommend Sensodyne. Sensodyne toothpaste goes inside the tooth and calms the nerve down. And my patients say, doc, it really works.
Those get millions of views just being repurposed in 60 seconds.
So you created a video first on TikTok sharing tips, social media tips, in this case, tips on TikTok. And then you used the app again. What was it called?
Snaptic.app.
Snaptic.app on your desktop, strip the watermark, and then you posted that on YouTube Shorts and Reels. It got crazy views on YouTube Shorts, and it was one piece of content in multiple places. I'm curious, kind of maybe pivoting, but how do you think about YouTube in terms of your strategy? You love TikTok. You're very active there. You're starting natively there. What's your decision-making framework for what TikToks get repurposed to Shorts?
Now that's changing a lot for me. When I first started playing around with YouTube Shorts, I was like, let's try everything. Let's see what happens. So I literally, this is actually, you might cringe a little. I would pull 50 videos at a time and just upload them all and be like, let's see what happens.
Sure.
Especially because YouTube corporate was like, please do. We want it all. And I was like, all right, let's just try it. And very quickly I realized that not all views are the same on YouTube. And while I sometimes think eyeballs can be helpful, it's not always going to convert well to people who actually want to watch the content on your channel. So while in the past I would do everything, and you can see that evidenced on my YouTube channel, now I'm going to be more focused on sharing specific videos that relate to an up and coming video or a past video that I've already created.
Got it. So you're always thinking about your audience first, and you're thinking about your YouTube audience in a unique way. What's your YouTube posting schedule? I know the topic of this podcast is TikTok, but we got to slip some YouTube stuff in there. Your YouTube channel is someplace you're very active. So what's your cadence there in light of everything else?
Up until the last few months, I was doing 3 to 5 per week, which is a high volume strategy, I think, according to most people.
And of all the same thing, or 3 to 5 total? One was a short?
3 to 5 of the long form videos.
Okay.
I'm new to YouTube Shorts, so I just started testing it over the last few months, and it was really cool, and it was a great experiment. And I don't not recommend it, but I will say the way I was doing it wasn't my favorite way for sustainability of the channel. But now we are posting 1 to 2 like longer form videos, one being 10 to 20 minutes each week, and then one being a full-on 2-hour training with Q&A. And I've been liking that pace. It feels like I'm connecting more deeply with people. With YouTube Shorts, I'm probably going to go back to about 1 a day. My ideal schedule would be like 1 per day, Monday through Friday, that's long form, and 1 per day that's a YouTube short that correlates with the long form piece.
So that's like 10 a day, and then is that a live show, 2
like
hours?
10 a week. Yes.
That's 10 a week.
Yep.
And then is that a live show? That's the 2-hour show? Because
Yep.
it has live Q&A?
It does.
How do you go live? What software do you use?
Currently, I'm using Restream.
Okay.
And I've been liking that. So I use it to go live on Facebook and YouTube, sometimes on my personal profile too, just depending on what the topic is. And that's been pretty good. Now I'm looking for something that can also stream to TikTok, as long as I can have the slides or the presentation available for the TikTok audience. We have tested it with having my TikTok streaming as well. And we've had audiences of several hundred people tuning in from TikTok watching the training. So it's a lot of extra
Restream is
eyeballs.
allowing that to be native.
At least for Facebook and YouTube.
And then on is it just a little vertical video on TikTok as opposed to something that would be better like directly from your phone?
I just streamed it directly from my phone for now. I've heard that
on a separate device?
Yeah, on a separate device.
Got it.
And I've heard that like OBS has some really good TikTok streaming stuff going on, but I haven't tested what's going to work there. It looks like they're actually moving to a lot more vertical integrations for lives, so I'm interested to see how that'll work out.
Now we're getting into some geeky stuff here, but this is awesome. I love your 3 tips on TikTok. I know that we got to be leaning into TikTok, and one of my questions for you is, kind of related to what we're feeling. We really like to encourage the Think Media podcast community to identify the season they're in. There's the there's the side hustle season, and that could include kids, family, school. There's a solopreneur season where now you're making enough where you don't have a 9 to 5, and then there's really the scale season where things get interesting, and now you have a team around you or someone helping you repurposing content. And if you try to imitate someone else's output in the wrong season, it can really mess you up.
Oh,
because
absolutely.
You're comparing yourself to somebody else and whatnot. And, we are, for ourselves personally, this season we're in, of course, with our team and scaling and wanting to put our content everywhere, we really want to lean into TikTok. I mean, we are, but I'm like, man, we got to double down on short form vertical video this year. And even next week, I'm going to do a shoot day where I do a lot of kind of talking head style, turning, just all kinds of, educational stuff, whatever. All that to say, I'm curious, what you would encourage those listening to make a framework moving forward when you think about, okay, should I be going live like you and doing 10 a week? And you know what I mean? And so to discern maybe some next steps.
I love that pre-frame. One thing I want to share is that to create all of my content, I do 95% of my own content creation. It's a staple in my business for me to do it myself, at least in this season. I don't do my own video editing for YouTube in particular, but that's important to keep in mind. It takes me 3 to 4 hours per day to create all of my content for every single platform. So I just want to point that out so that you recognize, I don't have 3 to 4 hours. And I love that you brought that up. So one of the things that I recommend is looking at 3 major things. Number 1 is the platform that I'm focusing on leveraged, meaning I can create a piece of content. It's going to be seen by multiple people, either now or in the future. Number 2, is it long-term, meaning a little bit different than Instagram, not to shade Instagram at all, but an Instagram post can disappear pretty quickly, and that can be kind of demoralizing when you see crickets and then there's no resurgence of that platform.
Yes.
Right? We've all experienced it. And the third thing that I look at is this going to be a platform that's searchable? And that's really been raising in the ranks for me of importance. So I personally look at those three criteria. I look at YouTube and TikTok as 2 of the front runners across all platforms.
There you go. And I mean, I love it. My heart pitter-pattered as YouTube for sure goes through those 3 criteria. And to your point, TikTok as well. Hence, that just double downs on how much here at Think Media we want to double down on TikTok. Official Think Media on TikTok. If you haven't connected with us over there, want to see what we're doing. But the better follow would be Rachel, because she's the one with 1 million followers on TikTok, and success leaves clues. And so shout it out. Where can we connect with you? Where can we follow you? What handles? And thank you for your tips today.
Thank you. The easiest places to connect with me are at the Mrs. Peterson on all social media platforms, or rachelpeterson.com, all E's and a D in my last name.
Well, I hope that gave you some inspiration to get started with vertical video. I know for me, it is part of my 2022 strategy that I want to be putting out short form content all over the place so we can reach more people with our message that video matters. And I hope that is your next step as well. Have you opened a TikTok yet? Are you posting your reels yet? Are you making YouTube shorts? This is your time to get started. And if you want to first figure out how to dominate dominate on YouTube, then definitely check out our latest YouTube class at thinkmasterclass.com. Sean or myself go live every other week sharing our strategies of how you can be dominating on YouTube right now. You can register today for that free class at thinkmasterclass.com. Now, every single week, I love to read your reviews. Thank you for rating and reviewing the podcast over on Apple Podcasts. And today's review comes from Kama XEKMK1. That's a mouthful. Thank you so much for leaving this review. You said, great podcast. Love all the advice and tips to build your brand. This is a must listen. Thank you so much for leaving that review. I know it took, just a few minutes out of your day to get over there to leave that. And it means the world to us that you would rate and review this podcast. Share this episode with a friend if you know someone who needs to be dominating on TikTok right now. And I want to thank you for being a consistent listener here on our show. We're growing so quickly, and it's because of you sharing this content with a friend, listening to the podcast all over the place, and subscribing on the YouTube channel. If you're watching this right now, okay, for listeners in the car, this isn't for you, but you and me locked in, if you're watching this, I need you to subscribe to this show. This is going to help you grow your business, grow your YouTube channel, and grow your influence online. So make sure you subscribe here on the podcast, wherever you're listening, but definitely you, YouTubers who are watching and not subscribing. Thanks for being a part of what we're doing here at Think Media, and we'll catch you in the next episode. Did you hear that Grow with Video Live 2022 is back in person? This is your opportunity to network with like-minded people just like you, to make friendships, to make business partnerships. This is your opportunity to get in the room. You can get your ticket now at growwithvideolive.com. They're going so fast, so make sure you get your ticket right now at growwithvideolive.com.
Turn ordinary campaigns into creator-powered results with Later. More reach, more engagement, and less guesswork. Supercharge your influencer marketing campaigns. Get started today with Later.
Make Easter moments magical with the Gold Bunny from Lindt.
Say, is it too late to start? Not if you're doing this. And here's the good news. 99% of creators are not doing this. Like, grab your smartphone and post your first video in the next 24 hours. That's what courage looks like. 99% of creators might not even have the attention span to listen through this entire framework, and that's why they'll probably lose. Not just skip around and look for a YouTube short to give me a dopamine hit, but are you really playing all in? Are you really sharing your boldest voice? Are you really living all out courageously? Or are you playing it safe? I think that 100% of people listening to this could really ask themselves the question, what does that next level of courage look like for me?
Sean, you have a whole system that you have personally curated and used for your YouTube channels to reach silver play buttons, gold play buttons, and also help other content creators reach their goals with their YouTube channels. And that's the 7C framework. I don't think you really sat down in a setting like this to share more about it, which we will get into in just a little bit. But my first question for you is it too late to start on YouTube in 2025?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I think people ask that question every year. And the short answer is no, it's not too late. The nuanced answer is it is challenging to start on YouTube right now with rising competition, with a lot of people wanting to do this. And competition is highest for those that are starting YouTube without a strategy, for those that are making low quality content. But I would say that if you have the right mindset, the right strategy, and we'll go through all steps in our system in this video and this podcast. But also, I do think there's a lot of good news in 2025. One is YouTube's really promoting small and new channels. We've seen this over and over again, that on people's homepages and their suggested feeds, from our surveys, from our own experience, that maybe 1 out of every 4 videos recommended. You might see a big YouTuber, an established creator. They have 1 million subscribers. This person's getting 1 million views. But then you'll see a video recommended to you that has under 1,000 subscribers that has videos that have 56 views and they're showing up on your homepage or in your suggested feed. The YouTube algorithm and YouTube employees confirm this is they want the YouTube ecosystem to succeed. And that's not really a selfless ambition from them. They make money by running ads on people's videos. They need the creators and the creator economy to flourish so that their business model flourishes as well. So it's in their interest for creators to start new channels and succeed in 2025. That's good news because they want to find ways to help creators win, help creators get discovered. And we're seeing that's how the algorithm works. So especially with some of the changes that are happening on YouTube and with this framework, I think that it's still a great time to start a channel. And these are the way I would approach a brand new channel right now.
That's awesome. That's very encouraging too, even compared to 2024 and 2023. Starting out, it seems like they're almost at a better foothold in 2025. So I would love to dive into your 7C framework and what that looks like for a content creator jumping into YouTube. What is the first C of your framework? And I guess I should ask you first, what is your framework? Why did you create it? What has it done for you?
Yeah, so wrote a book called YouTube Secrets with my friend Benji Travis. And actually, if people want the physical book of this, we're doing something cool this year, which we're giving it away free. We'll mail it to you if you cover shipping. And so we'll link to that in the show notes or ytsecrets.com. And it's actually updated. The second edition is out now. And we wanted to write a book to encapsulate a proven system and a proven process that Benji had done in kind of vlogging and entertainment with his wife on his cooking channel, on a real estate channel he started. I had been a freelancer for many different experts, pastors, personal brands, running their YouTube channels for them, and then I've started multiple YouTube channels myself. And so these 7 steps have actually stood the test of time for starting a channel, but then there's some nuances to them that are different now in 2025. And so the first C is courage. We'll get tactical in a second, but there's a big part of YouTube that's mindset. If someone's watching this or listening to this, they might be thinking like, man, is it too late still? Is it just going to be, how hard is this going to be? Is it going to be worth the effort? What are people going to think of me? Am I going to get negative comments? There's a lot of resistance, a lot of overthinking, a lot of self-doubt and imposter syndrome. And if you feel those things, welcome to the club. Everybody does, actually. Of course, some people are just a little bit more natural, but like the self-doubt, the definition of courage is not the absence of fear. It's taking practical steps forward despite the fear you feel. So if you're wondering, is it weird that I'm feeling fear? This other person that started, they must not have felt that. Maybe the difference is they felt it, but they did it anyways. So for this C, it's really just making that decision that you're going to press record. You're going to start poop your pants scared. Your armpits might be sweaty. You might be running all these scenarios. Like I wasn't in high school. I was kind of an outcast. I wasn't, one of the popular kids, especially freshman year, Arlington High School. I was really sucked at sports, and it seemed like the football team, like they were the, really popular kids, whatever. And so I just also remember thinking that I had a lot of insecurity. Like I never quite fit in. And I remember thinking, even though this is like a made up scenario, that years later when I was starting a channel, I was like, man, are people going to judge me? Like, what about those people from high school? Oh, look at him. Who does he think he is? He's starting a channel and all this stuff. They don't even know what, like they're not even watching.
Yeah.
Years later, I remember I was waiting tables and some girls that I went to high school with that were in the cool crowd, I was waiting on them. Of course, they were very kind, but I remember, and I was working on my YouTube channel on the side, and I was like, oh man, like, all I can feel right now is I just remember feeling like conflicted inside, like kind of insecure, kind of like, well, I'm trying to build something, but what do they think? And they drove up in a nice car. I think they had really nice jobs, and it's very respectable, of course, to be a server at a restaurant. But I just remember going through my feels of like, man, what are people going to think? And am I going to be judged? And maybe you got spouses or family members. All this stuff is real. Here's the bottom line. It's going to take courage. And if you look at the landscape right now, maybe you look at the economy, you look at what's happening, you don't like what's happening in politics, you don't like what's happening in the world. There's just a lot of reasons to stay safe and not get out of your comfort zone. But it's the people who actually get uncomfortable and punch fear in the face and get courageous and actually start. And ready is a lie. Like, if you're waiting until you feel ready or you're waiting until you feel all the answers, this is a great episode to listen to. But like, after you're done listening to these 7 C's, like, grab your smartphone and post your first video in the next 24 hours. That's what courage looks like. Because you can get more strategic over the years, but you cannot steer a parked car. So there's something about punching fear in the face, punching perfectionism in the face, pressing record, and starting, and that takes courage.
Would you say that even to this day, after being online for over 20 years, that you still have to choose to have courage? I'm sure it might be easier, but what does that look like for you now?
100%. I'm more comfortable on camera now, maybe before I shoot a video, but now I still have just as much insecurity. It's just different. Now it's been crazy that I think media has grown. It's a bigger business. We have a team. You're a part of that team. It's really cool what we've been blessed to be able to get to do. But I still am like, do I have what it takes to run Think Media at this level? Am I a good enough leader? Do I have now I'm a father, so I'm even, do I have what it takes to raise these kids? I don't know. I think people have different levels. I think it's just normal to feel, again, imposter syndrome. And then the truth is, too, with courage is I think negative comments is one of our fears. I think that sometimes we fear failure. What if I start and I don't get any views? But you know what we also fear? Success. What if I get too many views? I've seen people go viral. You might have noticed that people get, quote unquote, canceled on the internet. A video goes viral. There's different fears that could come into your mind. How do I speak about, the privacy of my kids, or do I share my kids? And a lot of, do I share my life? Should I change my name? I know a lot of women will think about this a little more cautious, wisely so. Maybe they use their first name, but do a different last name because they don't want to be looked up, or maybe a stalker in the past, or all kinds of stuff. For real. But anything worth having in life is uphill. The greatest rewards are outside of your comfort zone. Be safe, be wise, set things up in a smart way. But yes, I think that I need courage for every new battle I'm going to fight. And you might have defeated other giants in your past, or maybe you beat the lion, you beat the bear, but now you're facing the giant. Goliath is in front of you, and that's starting the channel or getting back to a channel because, man, you might sometimes you have regret. Like, I tried YouTube a few years ago and I got busy and I got discouraged and I had a setback for a while. Maybe I got sick, a family member got sick or something. And sometimes you're like, man, I just feel like I lost momentum. And even, at the start of a new year or mid-year, I just feel like the uphill battle, like, how am I going to get that momentum back? It feels heavy. It feels hard. You don't have to see the full staircase. You got to just take the first step. And that necessity of courage, by the way, this 7 C's is a circle. As soon as we get to the end, we're going to start right back at the beginning with courage again. You don't graduate courage. At every single level, you've got new challenges that will come your way, but that's a blessing. It's bigger giants, new levels, new devils. It's like just you keep going back through. So yes, that's why really in a lot of ways this framework is for myself, not just for those that are starting YouTube channels. Even if you're more advanced, what's that next level of courage look like for you? That next bold idea, that next thing that you really feel like you should share that's on your heart. But what if you got a little bit more vulnerable with your vision, with your values, with what you stand for? Maybe you see what's happening in the world and your channel's been a little bit PC, politically correct, but you feel like there's just a message burning in your bones, but you've been playing it safe. Maybe you're making some money. Maybe you feel like my content's going fine, my channel's going all right, but are you really playing all in? Are you really sharing your boldest voice? Are you really living all out courageously? Or are you playing it safe? I think that 100% of people listening to this could really ask themselves the question of what does that next level of courage look like for me? Every day you want to start your YouTube channel is another day of missed opportunities and untapped potential. Here's the truth. YouTube reaches more 18 to 49-year-olds than all the cable networks combined. The opportunity is massive, and the Think Media team and I want to help you seize it. I'm excited to announce our YouTube 1K Challenge, a free 5-day event that will give you the exact blueprint to start and grow your YouTube channel in 2025. Whether you're an entrepreneur, business owner, or somebody ready to grow their personal brand, this challenge is your roadmap to success. To register, just go to tube1kchallenge.com. We're going to be doing one training session a day for 5 days, and you're going to learn how to get your first 1,000 subscribers and start earning real income. Insider strategies that make viewers want to click on your videos and keep watching. Multiple different ways to earn money from your YouTube channel, even if you have a small audience, and how to build an authentic personal brand that truly connects with people. But it gets even better. We are giving away prizes every single day of the challenge. You could win professional microphones, lighting kits, and premium content creation software. And during this challenge, you're getting access to the exact training that we offer in our $4,000 coaching program, but you're getting it completely for free, and you can start with just your smartphone. So if you're ready to turn 2025 into your YouTube breakthrough year, go to tube1kchallenge.com to register. That's tube1kchallenge.com, or click the link in the show notes or YouTube description to register for our upcoming challenge.
Had you not started your YouTube channel, you wouldn't be where you were, but you chose to have courage. And then it's something that builds. You're building that muscle of courage. The first C being courage. What is the second C of the framework?
So then the second C is clarity. And so this is about answering the question of what is the focus of my YouTube channel? I think one of the biggest dangers of 2025 is distraction and overwhelm. There's so many different social media platforms you could try to build on. There's so many different online ways to make money. There's so many different things to watch and get distracted by, so many social media feeds to just get stuck scrolling in. There's so many different business opportunities or shiny objects. So if you're just distracted, not only that, think about the consumer, that the hopeful viewer someday that will watch your channel, think about how many options they have. So if your channel is not clear, if you don't find a way to stand out in the sea of sameness, there's a quote from Zig Ziglar that says, you don't want to be a wandering generality, you want to be a meaningful specific. What is the focus of your YouTube channel? So this would mean, like, who is your channel for? What problem does it solve? How can your channel be different? What's unique about your channel? What's unique about your personality that can weave into the channel? Because the argument might be, well, somebody's already doing what I'm doing. But yes, topic-wise, but they can never do it the same as you. Why? They don't have the same stories. They don't have the same perspectives. They're in a different season of life. They don't have the same trauma. Like, the way life has shaped you and your experiences, we all bring our unique perspective to even something that's similar. You know how many successful personal finance channels there are? You know how many successful gardening channels there are? It's really actually endless. What's different is we're different. And so clarity is about identifying what are your strengths, maybe what are your weaknesses. In business, there's this thing called a SWOT analysis, SWOT, and you'll draw 4 columns, and a business will do this when they're thinking about making a competitive advance for their business in a coming year. It's a good thing to do for your YouTube channel. It's part of clarity. What are our strengths? What are our weaknesses? What are the opportunities? What are the threats? So it's like, what are my strengths? Okay, I've got this connection. Maybe I got some money so I can buy some gear. I could set this up. Maybe I want to start a video podcast. I already know a couple people. I have my first few guests. It's like a strength. What are some of your weaknesses? Well, when it comes to weaknesses, maybe I don't have a lot of time. Well, I got to be more efficient. But what are my weaknesses? And maybe finances are low. Well, I can't compete to the person who's going to build a $10,000 studio. But all I need is a smartphone. You just are assessing, play to your strengths. Find a way to overcome your weaknesses. What are the opportunities? Well, maybe I'm located in a place where there's other people to collaborate with. Like, we're recording in Vegas right now. It's crazy how much momentum there was for me on YouTube in terms of like podcast guests and all this stuff from being in Vegas. But my wife and I made a decision for family and actually moved back to the Pacific Northwest. That's my value system. I'd rather do that. but it wasn't the best business decision. It actually now becomes more of a weakness. I can do things virtual. So I learned how to adapt to that. Use virtual interviews, fly to Vegas every once in a while. I'm in a rural town in the Pacific Northwest the majority of the year running a media company. That's the cool world we live in. But it still might be a weakness. It's not your biggest opportunity. And then what are the threats? Okay, that's also under clarity would be a little bit of a competitor analysis. And I'm not talking about comparison. So you need to get in the right mindset for this. I want you to sit down and look for really 10 to 20 of other channels that are doing something similar to what you want to do, or like related, like maybe not directly. So it's interesting if you wanted to do something related to health and you maybe more specifically wanted to do something related to, like, let's say biohacking, like bulletproof coffee and supplements and red light therapy. And there's that dude who's like planning on like never dying. Like he's supplements and doing all this different stuff. But maybe you're like, I kind of is in that space. So you began to study, there's some people doing video podcasts. There's this channel over here. This guy's kind of teaching. This guy over here kind of does an interview show. This guy over here, Andrew Humerman, does it this way. And you start sort of assessing, this is the clarity C. And you don't want to get stuck here, but this is how you put together a plan when people say, is it too late to start? Not if you're doing this. And here's the good news. 99% of creators are not doing this. 99% of creators might not even have the attention span to listen through this entire framework. And that's why they'll probably lose. It's those who okay, I'm really going to get tactical on this, not just skip around and look for a YouTube short to give me a dopamine hit. I'm going to go deep. And so a competitor analysis, not to compare because they're further along. Of course, like they're crushing it. It's like, oh, look how good they're doing. No, it's like looking, okay, what can I learn from them? Strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, threats, and that'll help you identify who is my target audience, what is the main theme of my channel, what problem does my channel solve, how can my channel be a little bit different, what can I try to contribute to, and put together a simple napkin plan basically for your channel. I'm going to start a video podcast once a week on marriage and relationships. I'm going to interview marriage and relationship experts and authors. I'll do it virtually. I can do that from anywhere. And there's your plan. And it's a way to start. You could do a video podcast like this without this fancy gear. I'm saying you could do it at a computer with a webcam, or I'm going to do talking head video. I'm going to film in my kitchen once a week, one recipe, and make it simple, and then start with that clear plan going forward.
Okay, so we've got courage, clarity. Let's move into the third C.
Okay, so now you're going to set up your channel.
Hey, I'm checking in. Oh my gosh, I'm a huge fan. Oh, thank you. I love Skinny Pop. Anyway, what's your name? Jennifer. Aniston. Skinny Pop, popular for a reason.
A patient takes the proper preventive measures. We can keep our enamel for a lifetime. If patients use Pronamel Clinical Enamel Strength, it will actually help to protect the enamel for a lifetime. So I would recommend Pronamel Clinical Enamel Strength to all patients.
Now, you might have already started your YouTube channel, but it's the fact that you actually need to start a YouTube channel to have a YouTube channel. And if you're watching this, you probably have a YouTube channel. But if you don't have your avatar yet, and this is the channel you're uploading on, get your avatar right. Get your name of your channel dialed in. Write your about page. Get your email on there so that brands could reach out to you. Well, I'm just starting. Why would brands reach out to me? I think the mindset you want to have, I've noticed that those that are successful, they think big in small places. They don't let their small YouTube channel make them small-minded. There's something about taking, turning pro and treating your YouTube channel, especially with AI and design tools like Canva or whatever, there's templates out there. There's just no excuse to have an ugly YouTube channel.
Yes, truth.
There just isn't.
Hard truth.
Like there's so many tools that'll just kind of like, at least get a template, Like these days with AI, like filters, you could take the nastiest photo on your phone. I mean, like bad lighting, like I don't even know much about photography. And then you like put it into AI and like click a button, like clean this up and make the lighting right. It's like, whoa, now that looks like a professional photographer.
Yeah.
That's literally the world we're living in. And so I just mean like you can have a crispy looking avatar. Now, you don't have to be on camera. There's that option. You don't have to have your face on the channel. It could be a logo. You can do screen share videos, faceless videos. We don't have to get into all of that. But the bottom line with channel is like get your channel right. And it's kind of like a channel, like in the book, we have a channel checklist. And it's essentially the way YouTube channels work. Name, avatar picture, get the links. There's also some things on the back end. Eventually, there's going to be like 4 things that you want to make sure are in compliance with your channel. Like you've uploaded at least a couple of videos. You've attached a phone number and done like 2-factor authentication, or they verified your identity. You've got and those compliance things become the bedrock for getting monetized eventually and unlocking all of the features if you want to be able to upload longer videos or go live and all of this stuff. So we don't have to get into all those details, but it's like get your channel right, clean your channel up. It's like getting dressed also for a job interview. If someone's going around YouTube, possibly finding one of your videos, discovering your channel, and then being like, hey, let's like hang out in the future, and they want to hit that subscribe button, how do you want to present yourself to make a good first impression, and meet people? And unfortunately, people, I think they miss this. This doesn't have to take that long. A few hours on like a Saturday morning, you got a full-time job, you can spend just maybe a few hours getting kind of the branding of your channel cleaned up and dialed in. And that's what the third C is.
I love that. I am always so surprised when I hear you talk about how simple your branding can be as well. Thumbnails, your cover photo, your avatar. I think sometimes it's hard to get out of your own skill set, maybe when you don't have one right off the bat. So I also love that ties back in to clarity and doing some competitor analysis, even if you're comparing your thumbnail to somebody else's, not to degrade yourself, but just to pick out points that you might be able to apply as well. I know that really resonates with me. We're rounding the bin. We're about halfway through the 7C framework. What is number 4?
So number 4 now is the biggest one, because if you set up a channel, that's good. But if you don't upload any content, that's still not going to get you anywhere. So the 4th C is content. And by content, we're talking videos. Now, what is interesting in 2025, this might sound overwhelming, but just so we're exhaustive, is if you go on someone's channel and they're doing all of the things, it's kind of wild. That you could get on their homepage, that's like the main part of their channel, but then there's tabs. You go over one and it's videos, long form videos on YouTube. That's one thing you could upload. Then it's shorts. Okay, those are up to 3-minute long vertical videos that people could upload as well. Then you could go over another one and it's live streams. Okay, I could live stream on YouTube if I want. Then you go over another one, and if you do a podcast like us, and that means you upload these videos, check a box, call it a video podcast, optimize it. Then there's a whole podcast tab. And there's still, we don't even need to get into it, but that would mean this audio also gets distributed to YouTube Music. This video lives on the channel. And then also, we have to separately upload the audio to Spotify and Apple and all the other places, but we use a software to do it, so it's pretty chill. Now you keep going over, and it's changes. It's called posts. I think it's going to be community, and that's like a community tab. And YouTube's investing a lot in this in 2025. It's kind of going to be more like trying to be like a Facebook wall, trying to kind of be like an Instagram feed, but be more interactive, meaning other people can post on your wall, fans can kind of collab and engage. And it's a place where you can post photos, text, link to your videos, animated GIFs. And I think then they kind of moved, because that's already so many things. And then, where about pages. Here's the bottom line. Those are all different types of forms of content. So I would encourage a couple things. I think one, again, if you want to pick up the book, ytsecrets.com, and you could grab the book for free. We'll ship it to you if you cover shipping and handling. We'll link that in the show notes. I think too, if you subscribe to the podcast, because content is a multi-year conversation. We could talk, for multiple episodes about shorts or long form videos. We're doing video podcasts. So it's kind of choose your own adventure. And a couple tips here. Complexity is the enemy of execution. So if you are on the Think Media Podcast YouTube channel, you'll see that we have all of those. We're uploading shorts, we're uploading videos, we upload clips from the podcast, but remember that this has grown from me and my wife just having a vision to start a YouTube channel. She was running the checkbook and helping manage our day-to-day life. And I was shooting all the videos, shooting, editing, set a light up, try to not be stressed out, make the thumbnails. I learned all the skills basically as a solo independent creator. And I learned that keeping it as simple at the start and not trying to do a bunch of social media platforms or try to be like, I'm going to start a YouTube channel. I'm going to go live every week. I'm going to do 2 podcast episodes, 10 shorts, 3 videos. Like, what are you talking? Like, again, and so fast forward to today, we are kind of at that pace, but I've been hiring people. It's crazy what Think Media has turned into. And this year will be our 10-year anniversary at the end of the year, which is kind of crazy. And I even started YouTube before that, like 10 years of the company in this iteration. That just speaks to, I think, pace yourself. And so practical advice, pick 1 content format, max 2. Like maybe do 2 shorts a week and 1 proper video a week. But even more than that, maybe just my 2025 recipe for YouTube success would be 1 high quality, strategic, long form video per week. There it is.
It's time to begin the hunt. To share the excitement and bake your tails off.
Endless ways to Easter, M&Ms.
Make every wash count.
Per week. There it is. If possible, I'm trying to upload a video. What does high quality mean? I don't mean like fancy lighting. I mean that you thought about it. You weren't lazy or rushed. What's the title? Good thumbnail. You thought about the content. Even if you didn't edit it, you planned it out. It's something that is valuable to the viewer. You really invested in it. And it's like, I'd rather you do like 1 high quality, strategic, long form video. It's not a YouTube short. What does long form mean? 8, 12 minutes. It might be 22 minutes. It might be longer, and it might be 6. There's not a magic number. That's a question people have. But if I was like really wanted to build a solid foundation, I would love to do that. Now, saying that, YouTube shorts are an easier way to get in the game. All you need is your smartphone. They could be very short, and whatever's going to get you creating content. But I think keep it simple at the start. Don't let it get too complex. Find a rhythm that you can stay consistent at, and content is that next C. And again, subscribe to the podcast and stick with us, because the art of creating great content and content that resonates and catching new trends that come with content, it's ever evolving. And YouTube, the future is bright. I think the Goldman Sachs research said the next 3 years are going to be the best 3 years in the creator economy, that it's actually the total addressable market and like the amount of money, it's going to be a $500 billion industry in the next 3 years. We're actually in a major wave right now. That's a big growth wave. It's a good thing to be a part of. But there's also, challenges, and that is the skill. There's this quote from Eric Ries that says, the only way to win is to learn faster than anybody else. So I think as we land the plane on this C, it's sort of like start making content and posting videos as soon as possible, but then commit to continuous improvement that will never stop. It's lifelong continuous improvement. And we've said it a lot, but it's like get 1% better with every upload. It's just like, just always working on my craft, getting a little bit better. Always tweaking something, get a little bit better. Can my delivery on camera be a little bit better? Can my planning process, the way I outline, the way I research be a little bit better? I have more experience, my depth of knowledge on my subject matter, my editing, even if you eventually delegate something, or maybe a spouse or partner is helping you. working together. How can we make the videos better, more interesting? And can we make the opening better? How can we make the thumbnails better? I've learned that small tweaks lead to giant peaks. Something about committing to consistent strategic content, but then also committing to improving that content as you go. So that's the 4th C. You got to post videos on YouTube if you want to have success on YouTube.
I love how this is compounding one after the other. And it really goes back to courage, the first one. As you were saying, this might seem a little overwhelming. You have to have courage, which is the 1st C. So I love hearing this framework in real time and how that has looked like for you as well. So we've gone through courage, clarity, channel, content. What's the 5th C?
Okay, so the 5th C is now community. This is the C of, as you start posting, things are going well, you start getting some subscribers, you start getting some comments. And I think the big key here is care. And what do I mean? Deeply care about your community and try to think about ways of going the extra mile. Now, at the start, you're just hoping you get a comment. And there's something about getting that first comment ever. And hopefully, by the way, I hope you reply and engage. Like, man, someone's here and they actually said something. You know, who are these people? People are starting to like the video. People are starting to comment on the video. But I think it's an obsession with wanting to care for your community. In the book, my co-author, Benji Travis, was telling a story of his wife, who together now they have a big vlogging channel of a family vlog. But originally she was a beauty YouTuber. And he would tell stories that she would be up answering comments until 1, 2, 3, and 4 a.m. in the morning, answering as many comments as she could. Now, if you're just starting, you're like, I wish I had that problem. That'd be a nice problem to have. But you know what's fascinating is there's a lot of established creators or even mid-sized creators that they start to, it's not that they don't care, but they get busy. And they focus on all the tasks things, forgetting that like, this is all about people. Like, there's no way for you to have success as a content creator if there's not somebody that watches your videos. So I think having an obsession and a genuine love for the end viewer, thinking about, you know, how can I show my appreciation? And that actually is going to start more than answering a comment. It's going to start by what you put into your videos, the effort and excellence and detail and service minded. By the way, if you're making great content, you're actually asking more, what's in it for the viewer, not just what videos do I want to make? It's maybe attention, but it's like, what's really in this for the viewer? Am I obsessed with helping the viewer win, entertaining the viewer, adding massive value, giving them a great experience? The kind of content they would say thank you after. Thank you, I needed this. I've been stressed out. Thank you, that helped and solved my problem. Thank you. A lot of these other YouTube videos were full of fluff. That one was really great. Thank you for the energy and effort you put into this video. That's one way to show care. But as we go the extra mile, you know, now we have a bunch of YouTube channels. We post a lot of content across our whole brand at Think Media. And we, every Wednesday, one of the things we do as a team is called Love Bombs. And so we have a short team meeting, and then we turn on some music, and we're still all on Zoom, but we either like mute or turn the camera off, and actually together all at the same time. And for us, we are on different platforms, but like our entire team, for 10 or 15 minutes, which isn't even a 10 a time, but we set aside time every single week. And Love Bombs just simply means go to the comments and reply to as many people as possible, connect with as many people as possible. And not just with the goal of like heart-like AI responses, because there's all like tools. I oftentimes will say, and if you spend all 15 minutes responding to one person and helping them, acknowledging them or overcoming their, question or something, that's a win. Maybe it's trying to do volume. How many comments can I respond to in the next 30 minutes? Or maybe it's trying to go deep. Can I give a 30-minute answer to someone who's really hurting and someone who's in pain? And I think this ties into a mindset like, I think there's a great book by Ritz-Carlton, founder, one of the CEOs, that's called like The Gold Standard, because Ritz-Carlton's known for what? Customer service. There's a great book called Unreasonable Hospitality. Disneyland is known for, the experience and how people treat you there. That's kind of the mindset I think about in care, is like, if you view your YouTube channel as a service organization and a hospitality organization or, brand, it's like, there's been different times when Taylor Swift early on developed a reputation for doing ridiculous things for her fans. like showing up to a wedding and like playing for like people are like, what are you talking about? And so that kind of stuff, again, also not only is it like word of mouth that could spread, and you're not doing it as a tactic, I hope, but it's also the kind of thing that people feel. And what might someday happen is you can't even get to all the comments, but if you do for one what you wish you could do for all, if you have the right spirit of like genuine care and genuine interest in people wanting their welfare and caring about them and acknowledging too, like, again, you just don't make it anywhere in this career if people aren't watching the videos or liking or sharing or clicking your brand deal links eventually. So that is the community C is thinking about all that. And it's then also thinking about actual community development and how can you do that? We go into like more in the book. You eventually might create a community off of the platform. People build email lists, newsletters, Discord groups, Facebook groups. How do you build a community? That's going to be more of a community of your super fans probably too. You might have subscribers who are more casual, some viewers that are more casual, but there's going to be a group of people. And YouTube also added some new features for this as well. It changed 2 communities in the app. If you're listening to this and you're new, make sure to download the YouTube Studio app. It's different than YouTube where you watch content. And the new tab is called Communities. And it'll tell you eventually, as your channel has some momentum, who's commenting on your posts. Like John on the Think Media podcast, it says he's commented on the last 100 videos. Bro, thank you. Like, I see him every time. He says informative content. He actually says the same thing but like, it's like, I'm like, bro, like ride or die. There's different people that show up. And what they're going to be adding is ways to like acknowledge or like reward or just, shout people out. I think try to do those. We try to answer questions and have the people's questions pop up on screen. We do real Q&As on our community tab and really turn the Q&As into videos. You and Mel surveyed, listened to all the data we could get and we combine them into a couple episodes. Bottom line, big idea is like build a community, nurture a community, think about your community. How can you serve your community? How can you outlove your community more than anyone else? Care deeply about them, not as a tactic, but as an authentic place, but also realizing it is also the only thing that leads to longevity in this as well. It's going to be those people who roll with you. You're going to get a lot of casual viewers and everyone's trying to go viral, but we all know, how many viral videos have you seen? You never follow the person. You're like, that was so funny. You didn't go deep with the person. And how many, they're like, wow, I got a video that got 20 million views. Did you build a community? Oh, wow, I had a breakout YouTube short. Do you have a community? And in a world, I know we're going deep on this, we can, hit the next one, but this actually is a major 2025 trend. I think that part of the big thing that has changed is in some cases, some creators might even feel like, man, my views are down a little bit. Or maybe like I wouldn't even say there's less viral. I think it's easier to go viral now than it once was, but maybe it's more distributed. And it's just because there's just simply more. I mean, that's the big idea, right? There's just more channels and more competition and whatnot. So the edge to success on YouTube in 2025 is community. And how well can you build that ride or die community? Because, and if you're listening to this, you can look it up later. Look up Kevin Kelly's article on 1,000 True Fans. You could Google it. And it's a famous blog post.
Turn ordinary campaigns into influencer marketing powered results with Later. Get started today.
Take us back to the office.
Blog post that just explains that you don't need a huge audience. You just need 1,000 true fans. It's maybe more than 1,000 subscribers, but that's your ride or die, it's your community to last through anything, to actually build a 6-figure income. Like if you have 1,000 like true supporters, true fans, and you can read the article for the details. So that's the point. It's like whether you go viral or not, in a way, who cares? Like we'll help you go viral, but whether you break out or not, whether you have this huge channel or not, you don't need any of that. Like a lot of people listening to this are like, I would love to go full-time on YouTube. Master this community C and like really cultivate and get obsessed. The creator who understands the viewer best wins. I think the creator who loves the viewer best wins, because authentic love is not just a verb, it's a noun. Did I say that right? It's an action.
Which is a verb.
Or did I reverse that? It's not a noun, it's an action. If I reversed it, what's a noun of love mean?
Person, place, thing.
Okay. Love is a verb. It's an action, whatever. So it's like, that's funny. And so, yeah, love in action, not just in responding to comments, but the love you inject in your videos. So anyways, that's the community C.
Yeah, you are really great at authentically doing this, even behind the scenes. Two things I think we hear from you most are do for one that you wish you could do for all. And also through all of your various courses is how are you serving your community? You are so big about that, but also behind the scenes. And when people are getting comments from the Think Media channel, I think it's really special that it's you. And you're so right. Moving into 2025, that is so critical to the YouTube landscape. We've got 2 more C's to cover. Sean, what is the 6th C?
All right, so the 6th C is cash. Now, this is the point of if you want to, do YouTube full time, if you want extra streams of revenue for your business, how are you going to monetize? How are you going to make money? Now, in the book, we hit 10 different ways. And on the channel, we've covered this. So actually, what I would say is in the show notes of this episode, we will link to a couple episodes that we just recorded, brand new, on if you're a new channel, best ways to make money. So add those to watch later or check those out after you're done listening to this episode. But when it comes to cash, I think the big idea is you want to create a money plan. What do I mean? It's like a money path. And imagine like if you were going to start a business and you went to a small bank to get a small business loan, what would they ask you for? A business plan. And it's because if you're like, hey, I'm thinking about starting a business, can I have some money? They're like, so what's the plan? What are you going to do? And so what's funny though, is we might go into YouTube and we just think, I just want to get approved for the YouTube Partner Program. It's a good ambition, but there's so many other ways to go about it. And so, when we think about these 7 C's, this one kind of ties to clarity. Another question you could ask during clarity is how is the channel going to make money? And then also realizing though that sequentially, if you've set up your channel and started posting some good content that adds value to a real community, that then the money will follow and that cash kind of becomes, but it's going to be a result of planning ahead. And it could be saying, okay, if my channel is more entertainment based, then I'm hoping to get ad revenue, maybe brand deals someday when my channel is big enough. And maybe I do build up like a fan funding Patreon. That's like one path. If my channel is like a review channel, like that's really the main thing that I started doing on Think Media that broke out was like camera reviews and tech reviews and all this kind of stuff. I've been doing video for 21 years at this point. It's pretty crazy. So that was my niche that I finally locked in on. So it made a lot of sense to do affiliate marketing because there was products related to my channel. And I think anybody listening to this could benefit from affiliate marketing. But some channels that are maybe more reviews, tech, there's a lot of different channel topics that would apply to this, but it can be like huge. And that became a 6 and now 7-figure income stream for, what we do. So it's first, it's almost like figure out the menu. What are even the possibilities? And then pick the 1, 2, 3 money strategies. That becomes your plan and your path. And they don't have to all start, because I think the last thing I'd say there is the mindset around money. In a way, I would want you to have a mindset of delayed gratification. 1, because you're probably not going to make money very quick anyways. So you just have to, you have no choice. 2 though, is delayed gratification is probably one of the greatest indicators of maturity. I have a 2-year-old and a 4-year-old, and probably one of the biggest evidences of their age is impatience and the inability for not having a very short delayed gratification. I would tell my son, Sean Bradley, a lot. I'll say, can you say patience? Can you say patience? We'll go get cheeseburger. He'll go, cheeseburger. I'll go, well, we're on the way. We're on the way, bro. Cheeseburger. Can you say patience? We're going right now to get the cheeseburger. Bro, you need to relax. But he's 4. But that's what, sometimes I think as adults, though, we struggle with delayed gratification. And so your ability to know that there is cash in your future, your commitment to excellence to go through the whole 7C system and keep doing it with a level of rigor, discipline, and resilience and quality and excellence out of love for your community. But I think it's just patience on twofold. Patience that it takes time to eventually get your channel monetized, but also, like, I've heard this from many mentors, like not trying to cash in on your audience too soon. And it sounds funny, your attitude should never be to, if you will, cash in on your audience, ever, like if that's your only intent. But I remember talking to Lewis Howes from the School of Greatness early on, and his thing was like, I didn't even want to have brand deals or promotions or ads for like a couple years. Don't get this wrong. I think your very first, like if you're a business owner listening to this, your very first episode could be like, yeah, and if you want to work together, like hit us up. It's not as much that, it's more like maybe the feeling. People don't want to be sold to. People don't want to be like, wow, I could just feel right off the bat, like this whole thing is just a cash grab. Like right off the bat, this thing is just, so I think that's it, like delayed gratification. And here's what it is. Under cash, make a commitment on your YouTube channel, especially in the education side. If you're going to teach people to do something, who do you serve? What problem do you solve? To commit to RIA, results in advance. That people start to watch your free content, get real results, like, wow, that was really good. That was really helpful. And actually get results, and get results so good that they're like, man, I actually would have paid for that. And I probably should have paid for that. Wow, I got to watch your free videos.
A protein bar that tastes like Reese's? Dreams do come true. One Reese's Lovers Protein Bar.
Wow, I got to watch your free videos. And if that stuff is that good, then they also know, they're like, man, I can't imagine what's in the paid stuff. So if you're getting them results in advance, and then even the patience to realize, like, there's another mindset, and then we can hit the final C, is there's a difference between farming and hunting. People have different styles, but nobody wants to be hunted. But farming is awesome. Farmville. Think about the spirit of farming. You know what I mean? The spirit of farming is like, let's plant seeds, water, nurture, hard day's work, sit on the porch after work, iced tea. And because farming is like, let's let this thing grow. And you have to have a level of patience with letting it grow. And if I commit to planting seeds of great videos, watering, community, love, all of that, over time, season after season, some maybe farmers know, forgive me if this is your expertise, but it's like maybe the soil gets richer as each season, and you do things to make every crop a little bit better, and the way you fertilize or whatever, and you're farming, but that's patient. If you're hunting, what are you trying to kill me? That's just a more aggressive tactic. And I know that online or in certain business, there's like hardcore sales or hardcore closers, and it's a different attitude, it's a different spirit. I think there's just something about, you could choose your approach. You could choose if you want, maybe you're a mix of both. And again, I know you might have like the creator artist listening to this, or more like the business owner. I don't even want to say one way is right or not, but I think that under cash, when it comes to cultivating a brand, it's never going to hurt you to build massive goodwill, to build up trust, to not feel like you're in a rush, because if you can, don't be in a rush. In fact, this speaks to the place of like, I think it's fine if you want to start a YouTube channel and try to monetize it as quick as possible because you're in a desperate situation. But I think that's one of the worst energies to start a YouTube channel in. If you're in a desperate situation, go get a job. You're going to make more money driving Uber and Uber Eats than you are like today, because you could sign up today, start driving tomorrow, and get paid in a week or whatever it is, maybe like in 24 hours. So it's like, and your YouTube channel is going to take time. So I think that's the other energy people feel like, man, like, is this... And listen, I got empathy. I think that people wrongly say YouTubers sold out. Every video is a brand deal now. I actually think that that's actually kind of understood. It says like sponsored in the top corner. Like, actually, I think people realize that that's kind of the economics of the platform. But I'm just talking about the energy around it. I'm talking about the way it feels. And so don't be your anxiety if you're in a place of desperation trying to make YouTube work for you. I just think is the wrong way to start. But if you start like a farmer, why this is you're a part-time YouTuber, you're gonna do a side hustle, you're gonna work the 7 C's, you're gonna stick with it, and have a mindset that like, I might not love my job, but it's a blessing. And I'm gonna find how to organize my life. To me, some of those things around cash, maybe you're not a hunter, you're more of a farmer. Maybe you're thinking about how to get people results in advance. You're adding massive love to your community and putting out great content. What I want people to know is the cash will come. Plan for it. Don't be afraid to let people know. If you're already an author listening to this, be like, I don't want to talk about my book until the 100th video because I'm selling too soon or something. It's like, no, I mean, you could either get the book or not. Like, let people know it exists. But I do think there's something about that farmer mindset and that delayed gratification where I'm just not in a rush. I think that sets you up for maximum success.
That's a great analogy, the farmer and hunter. And I think it's really ironic too. You're talking about your 2-year-old and your 4-year-old. But as adults, there's some things that we, like you said, we still need to have that delayed gratification. Sometimes it hurts when we don't receive it right away. But I agree that it's kind of detrimental to your growth and your resiliency as well. Well, let's bring it home. Sean, what is the 7th C?
Yes. Okay. So the 7th C is consistency. Let's remember, I got some tips under this, and after you stay consistent, you're going to start right back at courage, right? Now I'm back going around again. How can I be courageous? How can I get clear on my next upload? How can I improve my channel, make better content, can keep loving my community, find ways to monetize and improve those opportunities, and then stay consistent again. And I think consistency starts thinking about questions of longevity. Okay, there's something about having a season of sprinting at this. It might be a really good way for people to kickstart their year or kickstart their goals. It depends on how much pain you want, but people do Vlogmas around the holidays, which would be uploading every single day in December. People do 30-day YouTube challenge in January. It's February 1st. Maybe you want to do 7 days in a row or something. I remember Benji early on when I was uploading some different types of videos and random stuff, and my wife and I weren't doing great financially. Him and Judy mailed me a Canon ELPH 1880 or whatever, 180, and it was about a $200 camera, and it was like perfect for vlogging. It was like an old school point shoot. And as soon as I opened the box, I hit record and I was like, Benji sent me a camera. We're starting a vlog. And I vlogged for like 50 days in a row.
Wow.
While I was working full time at a church. And I was vlogging on my way to work and our weekends. And then I was editing, and my wife was kind of having fun with me, and she was. Those episodes are still out there, but it was such a grind, and I exhausted myself because I was working full time. It was also very fun, unsustainable to be like a full-time 7-day a week shooting and editing your vlogs. No kids. That was one reason why it was possible.
with something they
But I'm not Steve. What? Let's see. You want the hog to come? Let's see. I doubt they come.